Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Ram Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hari Krishna 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 Hari 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 Ram Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hari Krishna 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 Hari 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 Ram Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hari Krishna 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 Hari 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 Ram Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hari Krishna 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 Hari 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 Ram Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hari Krishna Hari Bo. Welcome there, Lalita. I'm just advertising here a little bit here. Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Ram Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hari Krishna 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 Hari 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 Ram Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hari Krishna 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 Hari 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 Ram Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hari Krishna 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 Hari 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 Ram Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hari Krishna 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 Hari 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 Ram Hari Rama Ram. I'll be right there. I'm just advertising. Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Ram Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hari Krishna 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 Hari 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 Ram Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hari Krishna 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 Hari 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 Ram Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hari Krishna 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 Hari 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 Ram Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hari Krishna 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 Hari 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 Ram Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hari Krishna 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 Hari 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 Ram Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hari Krishna Krishna. Here we go. Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare
Rama Hare 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 Krishna.
Hey, Hare Krishna. Krishna doesn't waste any time with you.
The electricity can fall out
Anytime, huh? Yeah.
Anytime, but
yeah, you're here. Okay.
But I'm here. If it doesn't fall out, I'm lucky.
Yeah. Get a little generator. What the heck is this?
Alarm.
Oh, brother. What the heck? Okay. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna.
Krishna Krishna.
Rama Rama Hare
Rama
Hare.
Hare Hare
Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama
Rama
Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare
Rama
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 Hare
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 Krishna
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 Hare
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 Rama
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 Rama Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna
Krishna Hare Hare Rama Hare Rama
Rama Rama
Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Rama
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna
Krishna
Hare Rama Hare Rama
Rama Rama Hare Hare
Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare
Hare Rama
Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hare
Hare Rama Hare Rama
Rama Rama
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna,
Rama,
Hari Hari, Hari Ram, Hari Rama, 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 Hari Hari, Hari Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna,
Krishna,
Krishna, Hari Hari, Hari Ram, Hari Rama, Rama,
Rama
Rama,
Rama,
Hari Hari,
Hare
Hari
Hare,
Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
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 Krishna
Krishna, Hari
Krishna,
Hari,
Hare
Hari
Hare,
Ram, Hari
Hare Rama,
Rama,
Rama
Rama, Rama,
Rama,
Hari
Rama,
Hari, Hari
Hare Hare,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare Krishna,
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 Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hari Hari, Hari Ram, Hari Rama, Rama,
Rama
Rama,
Rama,
Hari Hari, Hari Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna, Krishna, Krishna, Hari Hari, Hari Ram, Hari Rama, Rama,
Rama
Rama,
Rama,
Hari Hari,
Hare
Hari Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna, Hari
Krishna,
Hari,
Hare
Hari
Hare,
Ram, Hari
Hare Rama,
Rama, Rama, Rama,
Rama
Hari
Rama,
Hari, Hari Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hari
Krishna
Hari, Hari Ram, Hari Rama, Rama, Rama,
Rama
Hari Hari, Hari Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hari Hari, Hari Ram, Hari Rama, 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 Hari Hari, Hari
Hare
Krishna,
Hare,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
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 Krishna
Krishna, Hari
Krishna,
Hari,
Hare
Hari
Hare,
Ram,
Hare
Hari
Rama,
Rama,
Hare
Rama, Rama,
Rama,
Hari
Rama
Hari,
Hare
Hari Krishna,
Hare,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna, 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 Hari Hari, Hari Ram, Hari Rama, Rama,
Rama,
Rama, Hari Hari, Hari Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hari Hari,
Hare
Hari
Hare,
Ram, Hari
Hare
Rama, Rama, Rama,
Rama,
Hari Hari,
Rama
Hari
Hare
Krishna,
Hare,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna, 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 Hari
Krishna,
Hari,
Hare Hare, Hare Rama,
Rama, Rama, Hari
Rama
Hari,
Rama
Hari
Hare
Krishna, Hare
Hare,
Krishna,
Krishna Krishna, Hare
Krishna, Krishna, Hari Hari, Hari Rama, Hari Rama, 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 Hari Hari, Hari Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hari Hari, Hari Rama, Hari Rama, 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 Hari Hari, Hari Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hari Hari, Hari Rama, Hari Rama, Rama, Rama,
Rama Rama Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna, 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 Hari
Krishna,
Hari,
Hare Hare,
Rama, Rama,
Rama
Hari
Rama
Hari, Hari Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Krishna, Krishna, Krishna,
Krishna
Hari
Krishna,
Hari,
Hare
Hari
Hare, Hare
Rama,
Rama,
Rama, Rama,
Rama
Hari
Rama
Hari,
Hare
Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna, Hari
Krishna,
Hari,
Hare Hare,
Hare
Hare
Rama, Hare Rama, 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 Hari Hari, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hari
Hare
Hari, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama, Rama,
Rama
Hari
Rama
Hari, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna, Krishna,
Krishna
Hari Hari,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Rama,
Hare
Rama, Rama,
Rama
Hari
Rama
Hari, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Krishna,
Krishna
Hari Hari, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama, Rama,
Rama
Hari
Rama
Hari, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hari Hari, Hari
Hare
Rama,
Hare
Rama,
Rama
Rama, Hari
Rama
Hari,
Rama Hare
Krishna, 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 Hari Hari, Hari Rama,
Hare
Hari
Rama Hare
Rama, Hari Hari, Hari Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna, Hari
Krishna
Hari, Hari Rama, Hari Rama, Rama, Rama,
Rama Rama
Hare
Hare
Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna, Krishna,
Krishna
Hari
Krishna Hare
Hari,
Hare Hare
Rama, 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 Hari Hari,
Rama
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Krishna,
Krishna
Hari Hari,
Krishna Hare Hare Hare
Rama,
Rama
Rama, Rama, Hari Hari, Hare
Rama
Krishna,
Rama
Hare
Hare
Krishna, 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 Hari Hari, Hari Rama, Hari Rama, 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 Hari Hari, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hari Hari, Hari Rama, Hari Rama, 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 Hari Hari, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hari Hari, Hari Rama, Rama, Rama,
Rama
Hari
Rama
Hari, Hare Krishna,
Hare
Hare Krishna, 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 Hari Hari, Hari Rama, Hari Rama, 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 Hari Hari, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hari Hari, Hari Rama, Hari Rama, 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 Hari Hari, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hari Hari, Hari Rama, Hari Rama, 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 Hari Hari, Hare Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna, Krishna, Krishna,
Krishna
Hari
Krishna
Hari,
Hare Hare Rama
Rama, Rama, Hari
Rama
Hari,
Rama
Hare Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna, Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna, Hari
Krishna
Hari, Hari
Hare
Rama, Hari
Krishna
Rama, Rama, Rama,
Rama
Hari
Rama
Hari, Hare
Hare
Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Krishna, 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 Hari Hari, Hari Rama, Hari Rama, 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 Hari Hari, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hmm. Krishna, Krishna, Hari Hari, Hari Rama, Hari Rama, 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 Hari Hari, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hari Hari, Hari Rama, Hari Rama,
Rama
Rama, Rama,
Rama
Hari
Rama
Hari,
Hare
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 Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Krishna, 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 Hari
Krishna
Hari,
Hare
Hari
Hare
Rama,
Hare Rama
Rama, Rama,
Rama
Hari
Rama
Hari, Hare
Hare
Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hari Hari, Hari Rama, Hari Rama, 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 Hari Hari, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hari Hari, Hari Rama, Hari Rama, 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 Hari Hari, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna,
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama,
Hare Rama,
Rama
Rama
Rama, Hare
Rama,
Hare, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare Krishna.
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama
Rama,
Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama
Rama,
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 Hare Hare,
Hare
Hare Krishna,
Hare,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna, Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna, Hare
Krishna,
Hare,
Hare
Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama
Rama,
Rama, Hare Hare,
Rama,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna, Hare
Krishna,
Hare,
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Rama,
Hare
Hare
Rama,
Rama,
Hare Rama,
Rama Rama,
Rama,
Hare
Rama,
Hare, Hare
Hare
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama,
Rama,
Hare
Rama,
Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna, Hare
Krishna,
Hare,
Hare Hare,
Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama,
Hare
Rama
Krishna,
Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna
Krishna,
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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna, Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna, Hare
Krishna,
Hare,
Hare
Hare Rama, Hare
Hare
Rama,
Rama,
Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Jesus,
Krishna,
Srila
Krishna,
Prabhupada, Sri Krishna Chaitanya, Prabhu Nityananda, Sri Advaita, Gadadhar, Shiva Sadi, Gora, Bhaktavinda, Jaya Sri Krishna Chaitanya, Prabhu Nityananda,
Sri
Jesus,
Advaita,
Srila
Jesus,
Prabhupada,
Srila
Sri
Prabhupada,
Krishna
Sri Krishna
Chaitanya, Prabhu
Chaitanya,
Nityananda, Sri
Sri
Advaita,
Advaita,
Gadadhar,
Gadadhara,
Shiva
Sri
Sadi, Gora,
Advaita,
Bhaktavinda, Jesus, Srila Prabhupada, Sri Krishna Chaitanya, Prabhu Nityananda, Sri Advaita, Gadadhar, Shiva Sadi, Gora, Bhaktavinda, Jesus, Srila Prabhupada, Sri Krishna Chaitanya, Prabhu Nityananda, Sri Advaita, Gadadhar, Shiva Sadi,
Srivasadi
Gora,
Gauravarta,
Bhaktavinda, Jesus, Srila Prabhupada, Sri Krishna Chaitanya, Prabhu Nityananda, Sri Advaita, Gadadhar,
Gadadhara,
Shiva Sadi, Gora,
Srivasadi
Bhaktavinda,
Gauravarta,
Jesus, Srila
Srila
Prabhupada, Sri
Prabhupada, Sri
Krishna
Krishna Chaitanya,
Chaitanya, Prabhu Nityananda,
Nityananda,
Sri
Sri
Advaita,
Advaita,
Gadadhar,
Gadadhara,
Shiva Sadi,
Srivasadi
Gora, Bhaktavinda,
Gauravarta,
Jesus, Srila
Jesus, Srila
Prabhupada,
Prabhupada,
Sri
Sri
Krishna
Krishna
Chaitanya, Prabhu Nityananda, Shri Advaita, Gadadhar, Shivasari, Gora, Bhaktavinda, Jesus, Srila Prabhupada, Sri Krishna Chaitanya, Prabhu Nityananda, Shri Advaita, Gadadhar, Shivasari, Gora, Bhaktavinda, Jesus, Srila
Srila
Prabhupada,
Prabhupada,
Shri Krishna
Krishna
Chaitanya, Prabhu
Chaitanya,
Nityananda, Shri
Nityananda,
Advaita, Gadadhar,
Gadadhara,
Shivasari, Gora, Bhaktavinda, Shri Krishna
Krishna
Chaitanya,
Chaitanya,
Prabhu Nityananda, 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 Shri Krishna Chaitanya, 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 Nityananda, Nityananda, Shri Krishna Chaitanya,
Sri Krishna
Nityananda,
Chaitanya,
Nityananda,
Nityananda,
Shri Krishna
Sri
Chaitanya.
Krishna Chaitanya,
Nityananda, Nityananda, Shri
Nityananda, Sri
Krishna
Krishna
Chaitanya,
Chaitanya,
Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna Chaitanya,
Sri Krishna
Shri
Chaitanya,
Krishna
Sri Krishna
Chaitanya,
Chaitanya,
Shri Krishna Chaitanya,
Sri
Shri
Krishna
Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna Chaitanya,
Chaitanya, Sri
Shri
Krishna
Krishna Chaitanya,
Jaya
Shri
Sachidananda,
Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna
Jaya
Chaitanya, Shri Krishna 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 Chaitanya, Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya, 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 Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya. Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya, 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 Oh Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri
Sri Krishna Chaitanya,
Krishna
Sri
Chaitanya,
Krishna Chaitanya,
Shri
Sri
Krishna
Krishna
Chaitanya,
Chaitanya, Sri Krishna
Shri Krishna
Chaitanya, Sri
Chaitanya,
Krishna
Shri
Chaitanya, Sri
Krishna
Krishna,
Chaitanya,
Sri
Jai Shri
Krishna,
Krishna Chaitanya,
Jaya
Hare
Sri Krishna
Krishna,
Chaitanya,
Hare Krishna,
Jaya Sri Krishna
Krishna
Chaitanya,
Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Rama, Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare
Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna, Hare
Krishna.
Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Rama, Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Rama,
Hare Krishna, Hare
Rama,
Krishna,
Rama,
Rama
Rama,
Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare
Hare
Krishna, Krishna,
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare Hare, Hare
Rama,
Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Rama, Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
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 Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare,
Hare
Rama
Rama, Rama,
Rama,
Hare
Rama
Hare,
Rama,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama, Rama,
Rama
Hare
Rama,
Hare, Hare
Hare
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Hare, Hare
Hare
Rama, Hare
Hare,
Rama, Rama, Rama,
Rama
Hare
Rama,
Hare,
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna, Hare
Krishna,
Hare,
Hare Hare, Hare Rama
Rama, Rama,
Rama Rama,
Hare Hare,
Hare
Krishna, Hare
Krishna,
Krishna, Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama, Hare Rama, 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 Hare Hare,
Rama
Hare
Hare
Krishna, Hare Krishna,
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 Hare Rama, Rama Rama
Rama
Hare
Rama,
Hare, Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare
Krishna, Hare
Rama Rama Hare Hare,
Rama,
Hare Krishna,
Krishna,
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare,
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Krishna,
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare
Rama,
Rama Hare Rama,
Rama,
Rama
Rama,
Rama
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare, Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna
Krishna.
Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Hare Krishna. Krishna, Krishna, Hari Hari, Hari Ram, Hari Rama, 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 Hari Hari, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hari Hari, Hari Ram, Hari Rama, 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 Hari Hari, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hari Hari, Hari Ram, Hari Rama, 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 Hari
Rama,
Hari, Hare
Hare Hare,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
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 Krishna, Hari
Krishna,
Hari, Hari Ram, Hari Rama, Rama, Rama,
Rama,
Hari
Rama,
Hari,
Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare
Krishna,
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 Krishna, Krishna, Hari Hari, Hari
Hare
Ram,
Hare,
Hari
Hare Rama,
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 Oh my
Rama,
Lord.
Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Rama, Hare Rama, Rama,
Krishna,
Rama, Hare
Krishna,
Hare, Hare
Hari
Krishna, Hare
Hari
Krishna,
Rama, Hari Rama,
Krishna, Krishna, Hare
Rama, Rama,
Hare
Hari Hari,
Rama, Hare
Hare
Rama, Rama,
Krishna,
Hare Hare.
Krishna, Krishna, Hari Hari,
Hare
Hari Rama,
Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama.
Rama, Rama, Hari Hari, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna Hare
Hari Hari,
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Hari
Rama, Hare Rama.
Rama, Rama, Hari Hari, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Krishna,
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare.
Rama, Rama,
Hare
Hari
Rama,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Rama.
Hare Krishna, Krishna, Krishna,
Krishna
Hari
Krishna Hare
Rama,
Hare
Hari Rama,
Rama, Rama Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare Rama, Hare
Krishna,
Rama.
Krishna, Hare Rama, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Krishna,
Krishna Hare Hare
Hare Rama,
Rama.
Rama, Rama,
Rama
Hare
Rama
Hare,
Hare
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 Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna Hare
Krishna,
Krishna.
Krishna, Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Hare
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 Rama, Hare
Hare Rama
Rama,
Hare Rama.
Rama, Rama,
Rama
Hare
Rama
Hare,
Hare Hare Hare
Hare
Krishna Hare
Krishna,
Krishna.
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare Hare,
Hare
Hare
Hare Hare
Rama,
Rama Hare Rama.
Rama, Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Krishna,
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare
Rama, Rama,
Rama
Hare
Rama
Hare,
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna Hare
Krishna,
Krishna.
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare
Hare
Rama,
Hare
Rama,
Krishna.
Rama, Rama,
Rama
Hare
Rama
Hare,
Hare
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 Krishna, Hare
Krishna.
Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare Hare,
Hare
Hare
Hare.
Rama, Hare Rama, Rama, Rama,
Rama
Hare
Rama
Hare, Hare
Hare
Krishna, Hare
Krishna Hare
Krishna,
Krishna.
Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Krishna,
Krishna Krishna.
Hare Hare, Rama, Hare Rama, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Mm.
Hare Hare Hare
Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama,
Rama
Rama,
Rama
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna.
Hare Hare, Hare Rama, 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 Hare
Rama
Hare,
Rama
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna.
Krishna, Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna.
Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama,
Rama
Rama,
Rama
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare, Rama, Hare Rama, 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 Hare
Rama
Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare
Hare
Rama,
Rama Hare
Rama, Rama, Hare
Rama
Hare,
Rama
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare, Rama, Hare
Rama
Rama,
Hare
Rama, Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare Rama
Rama,
Hare
Rama, Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare
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 Rama, Hare
Rama
Rama,
Hare
Rama, Rama,
Rama
Hare
Rama
Hare,
Hare Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna, Krishna, Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare Rama
Hare
Hare
Rama, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama
Krishna
Rama
Krishna
Hare
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 Hare Hare Rama Hare Rama Rama
Rama
Rama
Rama
Hare
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 Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna
Hare Hare
Hare
Hare
Hare
Rama
Rama Hare Rama
Rama Rama
Rama
Hare
Rama
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Rama Hare Rama
Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Rama
Hare
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna
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 Krishna Hare Hare Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare
Hare
Krishna
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 Krishna Hare
Krishna
Hare
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 Hare Rama Hare
Rama Rama
Rama
Hare
Rama
Hare Hare
Hare
Krishna Hare
Krishna
Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Hare Hare Hare Rama Hare Rama
Rama Rama
Rama
Hare
Rama
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare Krishna Hare
Krishna
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 Hare
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 Rama Hare Rama Rama
Rama
Rama
Hare
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 Krishna Hare Krishna
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 Krishna Hare Hare Rama Hare
Rama Rama Hare
Rama
Hare
Rama Hare
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 Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama
Rama Rama
Rama
Hare
Rama Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Shri Krishna
Krishna Krishna
Chaitanya Shri Krishna
Sri
Chaitanya
Krishna Chaitanya Sri
Shri Krishna Chaitanya Shri Krishna
Krishna
Chaitanya Shri
Sri
Krishna Chaitanya
Chaitanya
Shri Krishna
Sri Krishna Chaitanya
Shri Krishna
Krishna
Chaitanya Shri
Sri
Krishna
Krishna
Chaitanya
Chaitanya
Shri Krishna Chaitanya Shri
Sri
Krishna
Krishna
Chaitanya
Chaitanya Sri
Shri Krishna Chaitanya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Shri Krishna
Krishna Chaitanya
Jai Shri Krishna
Sri Krishna
Chaitanya
Chaitanya
Shri
Saya
Krishna Chaitanya Shri
Sri
Krishna
Krishna
Chaitanya
Chaitanya Sri Krishna
Shri Krishna
Chaitanya
Chaitanya
Sri
Shri
Krishna
Krishna
Chaitanya Sri Krishna
Shri
Chaitanya
Krishna
Sri
Chaitanya
Krishna Chaitanya Sri
Shri
Krishna
Krishna Chaitanya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Shri Krishna Chaitanya
Sri Krishna
Shri Krishna Chaitanya Oh shoot Shri Krishna Chaitanya Shri Krishna Chaitanya
Sri
Shri
Krishna
Krishna
Chaitanya
Chaitanya Shri Krishna
Sri
Chaitanya
Krishna Chaitanya
Shri
Sri
Krishna Chaitanya
Chaitanya Sri Krishna
Shri
Chaitanya
Krishna Chaitanya Shri
Sri
Krishna
Krishna
Shri Krishna Chaitanya Shri
Sri
Krishna
Krishna
Chaitanya
Chaitanya
Shri Krishna Chaitanya Shri
Krishna
Krishna
Chaitanya Sri
Shri
Krishna
Chaitanya Nityananda 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 Shri Krishna Chaitanya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Shri Krishna Chaitanya
Sri Krishna Chaitanya Sri
Shri
Krishna
Krishna Chaitanya
Sri
Shri
Krishna
Krishna
Chaitanya
Shri Krishna Chaitanya Hare Krishna Hare Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna Krishna Krishna Hare Hare
Hare
Rama Hare Rama Rama Rama
Rama
Hare
Rama Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare
Hare
Hare Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare
Rama Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Rama
Rama
Rama
Rama
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Rama
Rama
Hare Hare
Rama
Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Rama Rama
Rama Rama
Hare
Hare
Krishna Hare
Krishna
Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna
Hare Hare
Hare
Hare
Hare
Rama
Hare
Hare
Rama
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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Rama Rama
Rama
Hare
Rama
Hare
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 Hare Krishna Krishna
Jaya Jaya Sri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda Jaya Shri Advaita Chandra Jaya Gaur Bhaktivinoda.
Jaya Jaya Sri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda Jaya Sri Advaita Chandra Jaya Gora.
Chapter 14. Chapter 14 in Ancha Lila of Chaitanya Charitamrita. I shall now describe a very small portion of the activities performed by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu with his mind, intelligence, and body when he was bewildered by strong feelings of separation from Krishna. All glories to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and all glories to Lord Gaurasundar, the life and soul of his devotees. Be this here. Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari Hari Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama. Okay. All glories to Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Ooh, yeah, here we go. Wait, wrong thing. All glories to Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and all glories to Lord Gaurasundar, the life and soul of his devotees. All glories to Lord Nityananda, who is Lord Chaitanya's very life. All glories to Lord Nityananda, who is Lord Chaitanya's very life. And all glories to Advaita Acharya, who is extremely dear to Lord Chaitanya. Okay. You notice that all these personalities, they have this quality of ecstatic bliss. See, that's why that's the life and soul of the Lord, is that ecstatic love. See, that's what hooks us, isn't it? Ecstatic devotion. See, so that's the life and soul of the Lord and the life and soul of the devotees. That's God, man. That's the true God. Okay, so I have to. I think is that Karuna? You think that's where the noise is?
Sorry.
Okay, no problem. Okay, all glories to Lord Nityananda, who is a. Oh yeah. All glories to Swarup Damodar and all the other devotees, headed by Srivas Thakur. Please give me the strength to describe the character of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. All glories to Swarup Damodar and all the other devotees headed by Srivas Thakur. Please give me the strength to describe the character of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's emotion of transcendental madness. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's, Sri Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Sri Chaitanya. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's emotion. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's emotion. Emotion. You want to be happy, we need to have those emotions, man. Can you imagine living without those emotions there, Lilita? You know, those feelings for Krishna. Now, once you get it, you know. See, this is the life, man. This is the mercy. This is the real disciplic line. Transcendental emotions. Not too dry, you know. Okay, that's fine for a start. But come on, man, you know, hang out with real devotees who've got this special mercy. Can't you read the title there? Doesn't it say Lord Chaitanya's Amazing Grace Place? What is that grace? These transcendental emotions, to be able to relish the name. Yeah, it's a stimulus. We read that yesterday in the Ujjvala Nilamani by Rupa Goswami. The stimulus for ecstatic love is Krishna's name. It's Krishna. His name is Krishna. Same. Okay? See, so yeah, I mean, it's all about feeling. Isn't it nice? Isn't it? Don't we want encounters with Krishna? But they got to be transcendental. Got to be full of transcendental emotion. Yeah, God, I don't know how anybody could live without it. God, you know, what a dry existence. But I guess if you don't know, then you don't know what you're missing. Yeah, well, we're here. Yeah, we're
But
here
when
to
you know it, you can't miss it anymore.
no, have to have it.
Impossible.
Yeah. And that is the only reason why the Lord comes back, and that's why devotees need a taste of that, because Krishna told the gopis with the message of Uddhava, tell them just because they want me, see, they want that transcendental bliss. That's Krishna. They want that. There's no fault in wanting that. The Lord sends himself. He comes himself as a devotee to show this transcendental bliss is that emotion. You know, it's the bond between our soul and God. And it showed how wonderful that is. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's emotion of transcendental madness. See, we need to become mad, and it's transcendental, mad after God, you know, mad after love. You ever see people in love? You know, and I was in love, and I see also other people who are in love with the, you know, the me, you know, and they go a little mad, a little crazy, but it's material, see, and it's attachment to the body, and you get a little goofy, you know, goofy. Love is, what do they call? Love is blind. It makes you blind. Oh, you know, and there are people looking on the outside. You look a little goofy, you know. See, it's the same thing with God, man. That's why they call it transcendental madness. See, you transcend by that madness. It's the only way to really easily transcend the material existence is to inherit this transcendental madness. Inherit through the disciplic line. Yeah. And stop being an outsider, like looking in. Well, looks, you know, what's going on? What's going on? See, you're an outsider. You got to be drawn in. See, come make friends with the devotees. Come make friends with the devotees. Chant with them. You know, hang out with transcendentally mad devotees. There's no easier way to attain Krishna. Matter of fact, there's no other practical way to attain Krishna but to associate with ecstatic, emotionally, transcendentally mad devotees. No other practical way. That's why they come here. That's why Lord Chaitanya came here. If he would have had to wait for us to come to him and make it to the transcendental platform, it would be billions of lifetimes. So therefore he comes. Yeah. See, and by his association and by those lines, see, the real lines are filled with this transcendental madness of love of Krishna. Can't you see it here, anybody? Come on, man. I'm just commenting on what it says in the book and what I see in reality, in living proof, living color in this Sangha. Yeah. The Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's emotion of transcendental madness in separation from Krishna, in separation from Krishna, is very deep and mysterious. Even though one is very advanced and learned, he cannot understand it. How can one describe unfathomable subject matters? It is possible only if Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu gives him the capacity. It is possible only if Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu gives him the capacity. Swarb Damodar Goswami and Raghunath Das Goswami. Swarb Damodar Swami. Swarup Damodar and Raghunath Das Goswami. Swarup Damodar and Raghunath Das Goswami. He recorded all these transcendental activities, recorded all these transcendental activities of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. In their notebooks. Wow. In those days, Swarab Damodar and Raghunath Das Goswami lived with Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, whereas all other commentators lived far away from him. These two great personalities, Swarab Damodar and Raghunath Das Goswami, recorded the activities of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Moment by moment, they described these activities briefly as well as elaborately in their notebooks. In those days, Swarab Damodar and Raghunath Das lived with Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. See, and it's also not physical proximity necessarily. Are you living with Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu? See, that's the question. Are we living close to him? See, these devotees were. Their heart was close. They were devotees, and therefore the Lord would reveal things to them. So they would actually see and they would actually feel the Lord's presence. But people could see the Lord, and not everybody felt that way. They had to be a devotee. They had to be a surrendered devotee. And often, they didn't feel directly that love for Lord Chaitanya because his personality was very bizarre according to human standards. So they would have to learn about Chaitanya Mahaprabhu from devotees, as we are teaching here. Only if you are also elevated to the platform of this transcendental madness and can prove it and not care for outsiders. What are my students going to think? What is the world going to think? Am I going to lose my guruship because I'm feeling this? See? The Lord did. Yeah. See, they lived close. They lived close to Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and recorded his activities. And now, even 500 years in the future here, we can still live close to Lord Chaitanya. But you got to live close to those who are living close to Lord Chaitanya. That's the secret. Where are you going to find the physical proximity of living close to Lord Chaitanya? You can go to Mayapur. You can go to Vrindavan. Most of the devotees are still not living close. They're living closer, maybe, but close means, you're so close. Close, closeness, intimacy means what the Lord is feeling, you begin to feel that ecstatic madness also. That's close. Go ahead.
You can't live closer than inside of the Lord and He inside of you. That's the most close position you can have.
That's right. Matter of fact, that's where if we're going to have proper understanding, we have to have that Lord inside us, living, alive, living. You feel, oh, yeah, this is Lord. Thank you, Lord. No, man, now my life is successful. I can feel you. I can feel this relationship. Without that feeling of relationship, you're just kind of like withered. You're not alive yet. You're not born. This is why Jesus said, you must be spiritually reborn. You must be born again. See, another birth, a spiritual birth, to enter the kingdom of God. And people are thinking, oh yeah, so I have to be born again, and then I have to walk over there to the kingdom out there somewhere. No, you enter the kingdom of God. It becomes within and with at hand. You engage in devotional service, and the kingdom of God appears eternally like this. You have a new existence. This is what devotees, this is the whole point, whether you're a Christian, a Muslim, or a Vaishnava, and you believe in God. This is where it's all leading to this transcendental spiritual birth. So the kingdom of God is within and at hand. See? And that's that. But you got to be clear about this. This isn't just the experience of like the Mayavadis. They're not clear. They got some. They think the kingdom of God is without this personal relationship with a person. Lord Chaitanya is a person. He has personality. He has qualities. See that you can't, and the Brahman realization, you can't access that. You don't believe in it. You only believe in what you're realizing. Maybe this Brahman. Oh, God is energy. He's this light. He's light energy. You know, sparkling. It's kind of dazzling. When the Lord showed me that, it's like, yeah, the Lord is I feel this, you feel a kind of a presence everywhere of it's God presence, but you don't exactly, you don't know his personal qualities. You can't you got to be elevated by associating with a Vaishnava to the platform of tasting the transcendental qualities of God. To where it brings this really more close, and then the emotions begin. See, the condense of love, it becomes so powerful that your body, even the temple, starts to dance in various ways, move, ecstatically bliss, ecstatically, yeah, right, like stuff like that. Anyway, okay. Swarb Damanar wrote short notes, while Raghunath Das wrote elaborate descriptions. Let's try a little music here. Let's
try this here. Bluetooth mode.
Okay. Hare Krishna, Hare. This is it's this way. Hare Krishna. Yeah. Let me know if the sound went off or is off or something. Is it working sound? Yeah. Okay. All right. Swarab Namanor. I shall now describe Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's activities more elaborately, as if fluffing out compressed cotton. Please hear faithfully this description of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's ecstatic emotions. Thus you will come to know of his ecstatic love, and ultimately you will achieve love of Godhead. Thus you will come to know of his ecstatic love, and ultimately you will achieve love of Godhead. See, this is the path. Please hear faithfully the description from devotees, ecstatic devotees. Please hear faithfully the description of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's ecstatic emotions. The emotions. You come to have faith in that. You have to see that. You have to see that in devotees. Ecstatic emotions. See, that's the path. It's an emotional path. That's where the knowledge, all these books are written by ecstatically emotional devotees. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the proper understanding or realizations to write these things. You will come to know of his ecstatic love, and ultimately you will achieve love of Godhead. This is the path. When Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu felt separation from Krishna, okay? Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Radha Radha Radha. Come on, start up. Krishna Krishna, Radha Radha, Krishna Krishna. What happened here? Krishna Krishna, Radha Radha, Krishna. Here we go. Krishna Krishna, Hare
The Bluetooth device is connected successfully.
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama. When Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu felt separation from Krishna, his condition exactly corresponded to that of the gopis in Vrindavan. Okay. Oh, come on. When Chaitanya Mahaprabhu felt separation from Krishna, his condition exactly corresponded to that of the gopis in Vrindavan after Krishna's departure from Mathura. When Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu felt separation from Krishna, his condition exactly corresponded to that of the gopis in Vrindavan after Krishna's departure from Mathura. The lamentation of Srimati Radharani when Uddhava visited Vrindavan gradually became a feature of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's transcendental madness. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's emotions exactly corresponded to those of Srimati Radharani when she met Uddhava. The Lord always conceived of himself in her position, and sometimes he thought he was Srimati Radharani herself. Such is the state of transcendental madness. Why is it difficult to understand? When one is highly elevated in love of Krishna, he becomes transcendently mad and talks like a madman. When the ecstatic emotion of enchantment gradually progresses, When the ecstatic emotion of enchantment gradually progresses, it becomes similar to bewilderment. Then one reaches the stage of astonishment, ivachari, which awakens transcendental madness. Urguna and Chitrajalpa are two among the many divisions of transcendental madness. One day while he was resting, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu dreamed he saw Krishna performing the rasa dance. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu saw Lord Krishna standing with his beautiful body curved in three places. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu saw Lord Krishna standing with his beautiful body curved in three places, holding his flute to his lips, wearing yellow garments and garlands of forest flowers. He was enchanting even to Cupid, wearing yellow garments and garlands of forest flowers. He was enchanting even to Cupid. The gopis were dancing in a circle, and in the middle of that circle, Krishna, the son of Maharaj Nanda, danced with Radharani. And in the middle of that circle, Krishna, the son of Maharaj Nanda, danced with Radharani. Seeing this, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was overwhelmed with the transcendental mellow of the rasa dance, and he thought, now I am with Krishna in Vrindavan. When Govinda saw that the Lord had not yet risen, he awakened him. Understanding that he had only been dreaming, the Lord was somewhat unhappy. When Govinda saw the Lord had not risen, he awakened him. Understanding that he had only been dreaming, the Lord was somewhat unhappy. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu performed his customary daily duties, and at the usual time he went to see Lord Jagannath in the temple. As he viewed Lord Jagannath from behind the Garuda column, hundreds and thousands of people in front of him were seeing the deity. Suddenly, a woman from Orissa, unable to see Lord Jagannath because of the crowd, climbed the column of Garuda, placing her foot on Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's shoulder. When he saw this, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's personal servant Govinda hastily got her down from her position. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, however, chastised him for this. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said to Govinda, O Adivesh, uncivilized man, do not forbid this woman to climb the Garuda Stamba. Let her see Lord Jagannath to her full satisfaction. Let her see Lord Jagannath to her full satisfaction. When this woman came to her senses, however, she quickly climbed down to the ground and seeing Chaitanya Mahaprabhu immediately immediately begged for at his lotus feet for forgiveness. Seeing the woman's eagerness, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, Lord Jagannath has not bestowed so much eagerness upon me. Seeing the woman's eagerness, Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, Lord Jagannath has not bestowed such eagerness upon me. She has fully absorbed her body, mind, and life in Lord Jagannath. She has fully absorbed her body, her mind, and her life in Lord Jagannath. She has fully absorbed her body, her mind, and her life in Lord Jagannath. Therefore, she was unaware she was putting her foot on my shoulder. Alas, how fortunate this woman is. Alas, how fortunate this woman is. I pray at her feet to favor me with great eagerness to see Lord Jagannath. I pray at her feet she favor me with such great eagerness to see Lord Jagannath. Just previously, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu had been seeing Lord Jagannath as Krishna, the son of Maharaj Nanda in person. Becoming fully absorbed in this vision. Becoming fully absorbed in this vision. Just previously, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu had been seeing Lord Jagannath as Krishna, the son of Maharaj Nanda, the son of Maharaj Nanda. Just previously, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu had been seeing Lord Jagannath as Krishna, the son of Maharaj Nanda, the son of Maharaj Nanda, the son of Maharaj Nanda. Becoming fully absorbed in that vision. Becoming fully absorbed in that vision. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu had assumed the mood of the gopis. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu had assumed the mood of the gopis. So much so that everywhere he looked, he saw Krishna standing with his flute to his lips. So much so, he saw Krishna standing everywhere with his flute to his lips. Krishna standing everywhere with his flute to his lips. Krishna standing everywhere with his flute to his lips. Krishna, 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 Krishna. Krishna, 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 Krishna. Krishna. Krishna, Krishna. 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 Krishna, Krishna, Krishna. Everywhere he looked, he saw Krishna standing with his flute. Krishna standing with his flute to his lips. Krishna standing with his flute to his lips. After seeing this woman, the Lord's external consciousness returned, and he saw the original deity forms of Lord Jagannath, Subhadra, and Lord Balaram. When he saw the deities, Lord Chaitanya thought he was seeing Krishna in Kurukshetra, and he wondered, have I come to Kurukshetra? Where is Vrindavan? Have I come to Kurukshetra? Where is Vrindavan? Where is Vrindavan? Where is Vrindavan? Where is Vrindavan? Have I come to Kurukshetra? Where is Vrindavan? Where is Vrindavan? Where is Vrindavan? When he saw the deities, Lord Chaitanya grew very much agitated. Lord Chaitanya grew very much agitated, like a person who has just lost a recently acquired jewel. Lord Chaitanya became very agitated, like a person who had lost a recently acquired jewel. Then he became very morose and returned home. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu sat down on the ground. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, oh my Lord. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu sat down on the ground and began to mark it with his fingernails. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu sat down on the ground and began to mark it with his fingernails. He was blinded by tears. He was blinded by tears. He was blinded by tears, which flowed from his eyes like the Ganges. Which flowed from his eyes like the Ganges. Which flowed from his eyes like the Ganges. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, I found Krishna. I found Krishna. I found Krishna. The Lord of Vrindavan. I found Krishna, the Lord of Vrindavan. I found Krishna, the Lord of Vrindavan. I found Krishna, the Lord of Vrindavan. But I have lost him again. 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 I found Krishna Vrindavan, but I've lost him again. Krishna, where has he gone? Where has he gone? When Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu dreamed of the rasa dance, when Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu dreamed of the rasa dance, when Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu dreamed of the rasa dance, he was fully absorbed in transcendental bliss. He was fully absorbed in transcendental bliss. But when his dream broke, he thought he had lost the precious jewel. When his dream broke, he thought he had lost the precious jewel. Thus, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu would chant and dance, always absorbed in the bliss of transcendental madness. Thus, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu would always chant and dance in the bliss of transcendental madness. He carried out the necessities of the body, such as eating and bathing, merely out of habit. At night, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu would reveal to Swarab Damodar and Ramananda Roy the ecstatic feelings of his mind. At night, Lord Chaitanya would reveal to Swarab Damodar and Ramananda Roy the ecstatic feelings of his mind. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, "At first, my mind had somehow achieved the treasure of Krishna. At first, my mind had somehow achieved the treasure of Krishna. At first, my mind somehow achieved the treasure of Krishna. At first, my mind had somewhat achieved the treasure of Krishna. At first, my mind had, had, had achieved the treasure of Krishna. But again, I lost him. But again, I lost him. But again, I lost him. But again, I lost him." Therefore, it gave up my body. Therefore, it gave up my body and home because of lamentation and accepted the religious principles of a Kapilaka yogi. Then my mind went to Vrindavan with its disciples, my senses. Having lost his acquired gem, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu became overwhelmed with lamentation by remembering its attributes. Thus grasping the necks of Ramananda Roy and Swarup Damodar, thus grasping the necks of Ramananda Roy and Swarup Damodar, thus grasping the necks of Ramananda Roy and Swarup Damodar, thus grasping the necks of Ramananda Roy and Swarup Damodar. He cried, "Alas, where is my Lord Hari?" He cried, "Alas, where is my Lord Hari?" He cried, "Alas, where is my Lord Hari? 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 Oh, where is my Lord Hari?" Finally, he became restless and lost all patience. Finally, he became restless. Finally, became restless and lost all patience. My dear friends, he said, my dear friends, my dear friends, he said, please hear of Krishna's sweetness. My dear friends, he said, please hear of Krishna's sweetness. My dear friends, he said, please hear of Krishna's sweetness. Please hear of Krishna's sweetness. Because of a great desire for that sweetness, my mind has given up all social and Vedic religious principles. Because of a great desire for that sweetness, because of a great desire for that sweetness, my mind has given up all social and Vedic religious principles and taken to the profession of begging, like a mystic yogi. The ring of Krishna's Rasa Leela, the ring of Krishna's Rasa Leela. The ring of Krishna's Rasa Leela. The ring of Krishna's Rasa Leela. Which was manufactured by Shukadev Goswami. The ring of Krishna Leela, manufactured by Shukadev Goswami. The ring of Krishna Leela, manufactured by Shukadev Goswami. The most auspicious craftsman. The ring of Krishna Leela, manufactured by Shukadev Goswami. Shukadev Goswami, the most auspicious craftsman, is as pure as an earring, is as pure as an earring. Oh, my Lord. Is as pure as an earring made of a conch shell. Is as pure as an earring made of a conch shell. From a gourd he has carved out of the bowl From a gourd he has carved out the bowl of my aspirations. From a gourd he has carved out the bowl of my aspirations, and he has taken the bag of my expectations on his shoulders. And he has taken the bag of my expectations on his shoulders. From a gourd, he has carved out the bowl of my aspirations, and he has taken the bag of my expectations on his shoulders. The yogi of my mind wears a torn quilt of anxiety on his dirty body. The yogi of my mind wears a torn quilt of anxiety on his dirty body, which is covered with dust and ashes, which is covered with dust and ashes. His only words are, alas, Krishna. His only words are, alas, Krishna, Krishna, alas, Krishna, alas, Krishna. He wears 12 bangles of distress on his wrists and a turban of greed on his head, and a turban and a turban of greed on his head. Because he has not eaten anything, he is very thin. Because he has not eaten anything, he is very thin. The great yogi of my mind always studies the poetry and discussions of Lord Krishna's Vrindavan pastimes. The yogi of my mind always studies the poetry and discussions of Lord Krishna's Vrindavan pastimes. In Srimad Bhagavatam and other scriptures, the great yogi of like Vyasadeva and Shukadev Goswami have described Lord Krishna as the supersoul beyond all material contamination. In Srimad Bhagavatam and other scriptures, great saintly yogis like Vyasadeva and Shukadev Goswami have described Lord Krishna as the supersoul beyond all material contamination. The mystic yogi of my mind has assumed the name Mahabola and made disciples of my 10 senses. Thus my mind has gone to Vrindavan. Thus my mind has gone to Vrindavan. Thus my mind has gone to Vrindavan, leaving aside the home of my body and the great treasure of material enjoyment. In Vrindavan he goes from door to door begging alms with his disciples. He begs from the both moving and inert inhabitants, the citizens, the trees, and the creepers. In this way he lives on fruits, roots, and leaves. In Vrindavan he goes from door to door begging with all his disciples, and he begs both from the moving and inert inhabitants, the citizens, the trees, the creepers, and thus he lives on fruits, roots, and leaves. So this is real life. Living on fruits, roots, and trees. He lives, that's the life of bhakti. He's begging to the leaf for some life. Oh, have you seen Krishna? Ah, he's living. See, that's his life. Fruits. Oh, fruit. Have you seen Krishna today? You're living in Vrindavan. Has he passed this way? Tell me where he's gone. He lives on fruits, roots. You think it's eating like that. No. Lives on bhakti. See, on devotion. Where's Krishna? So this is... oops. The mystic yogi of my mind has assumed Mahabola and made disciples of my 10 senses. Thus my mind has gone Vrindavan, leaving aside the home of my body and the great treasure of material enjoyment. Come on, what happened here? What's this? Yeah, leaving the home of my body. See, absorbed in the spiritual body instead of being absorbed in the see, in the world we're absorbed mostly in the material body, right? You know, it's just absorb. Oh, I got this ache, this pain, I got this, that, or I need this, and leaving aside the great treasure, material enjoyment thing. I'm hungry, I want to eat, you know, and all this, constantly, you know, perturbed by these things, you know. But Vrindavan is so attractive. Krishna is so attractive. You know, at least for a time of being absorbed, you leave the great treasure of material, because it's like a treasure here. Oh, time to eat. Man, it tastes good, right? Every night, it please the senses. You know, it's a great treasure to people here. Treasure to me, you know, all of us, we like to eat, you know, nice, tasty food. But Vrindavan's even more attractive. And for a time, we can leave, yeah, and leave the great treasure of material enjoyment. Abandon the material body, you know, be absorbed in the bliss of Krishna. Okay? Tasting transcendental mellows. Okay? Yeah. Yeah. I'm going to read all, I just talk about this. So, Lord, my dear friends, he said, please hear of Krishna's sweetness. Because of a great desire for that sweetness, my mind has given up all social and Vedic religious principles and taken to the profession of begging, exactly like a mystic yogi. Yeah, that's the bhajan of a devotee, man. Now you're a beggar. Lord, you gave me a taste of that sweetness. I'm addicted. I want more. Oh, who cares what people say? I just want you. Yeah. What are these other things people are doing? I can't relate to that now. I want to intimate dealings with you. I want to feel you. I want to taste your glories. That's how you surpass the path of regulative devotion. Because now Krishna is your regulator. You have a new regulator. You know, internal regulation now. So don't go. Be careful. Don't go to see Krishna, man. Don't go to sadhu sangha, because you'll probably lose all your friends for a time. Your family, even. Oh, people coming here, they lose their friends and family. She goes, yeah, it's true. Of course, you come to see Krishna. Isn't that? See, Rupa Goswami, he wrote this poem. He says, oh, be careful. Don't go to the bank of the Yamuna and see Krishna there, because if you do, you'll lose all your friends and family and reputation. Reputation, you notice? Oh, you're just a bad person now. Oh, Sahaja. Oh, we can't get out of ISKCON. Can you imagine that we're basically thrown out of ISKCON, Gaudiya Math, because of this madness? They can't relate to this. Although they speak about Radhe, and then they see those who are tasting the sweetness of and the madness of love of Krishna, they say, Sahaja, weird, it's crazy. Come to our crying school, our Raganuga school, where you see no Raganuga and no crying. That makes no sense to me. I don't know. Am I
Yeah,
crazy? Am I nuts to go to a crying school in Mayapur and there's no crying?
they only like it in the
Maybe I'm
books.
crazy.
Real. Not in
What?
real, only in the books.
Only in the books. I go to a Raganuga Sangha. There's no Raganuga. Where's no rasa? And then where's the? Oh well, we don't show that, man. Oh yeah, do you have it? Of course. What does it look like? Well, no, that's another thing. Yeah. Anyway, it just doesn't mean. So this is what Lord Chaitanya did. He tasted the sweetness in front of his friends who liked this. You know, who liked him. They had trusted him. They had faith in his path. They learned the real path, this one that's very mysterious. They had spiritual emotions awakened in them. See? This is the uncommon path. Anyway, we're here to just revive. It's just a revival, you know, just gradually by and by people start to get it. I mean, you know, it's the truth. Deepest truth is what Lord Chaitanya came to bring him in this world. Is a relationship with Krishna, ecstatic, transcendental madness, man. Yeah. If you don't see it, that means it's not being offered in this world. If you do see it, it's here again. Please hear of Krishna's sweetness. Because of a great desire for this sweetness, my mind has given up all social and Vedic religious principles. See, this is how now we're getting close to understanding why Krishna says abandon all varieties of religions, all varieties of religion and religious principles, and surrender to me. Surrender to you. Well, who are you? How do I do that? Oh, you're this sweetness, unmotivated or just motivated by desire for intimacy with that Lord, to taste that sweetness. That's how you abandon it. That's what we teach here. That's why the devotees do that. They abandon all varieties of religion here and just surrender to tasting that sweetness and having these attributes, becoming a beggar, Lord. What is the news? And somebody will ask, come around like they asked Haridas, or Lord Chaitanya asked Haridas Thakur, what's the news today? And the beggar Haridas comes up and says, whatever mercy you bestow upon me today, that is the news. Lord Chaitanya, oh, this person understands. Yeah. My mind, okay, we read that. Okay, begging, okay, mystical. The ring of Krishna Leela, Krishna's Rasa Leela, manufactured by Shukadev Goswami. See, by the word, by speaking. The Rasa Leela manufactures that Rasa Leela again. It started, it was there, people saw it, and then Vedavyas wrote it and then spoke it to his son, and then his son Shukadev spoke it to Maharaj Parikshit and manufactured that ring. See, that's hearing chanting, that's sadhu sangha. See, by devotees, rasic devotees. You want to become rasic, you got to associate with rasa laden devotees who relish ras. It's the only way. They manufacture that ring of the rasa dance again and again and again. See? Otherwise, it's manufactured by sound vibration, by speaking. That's why they write it down so it could be spoken. See, by the action of the book Bhagavat and the devotee Bhagavat, absorbed in the mellows of devotion. You see how it all fits like pieces of puzzle perfectly. See, write it down and then be spoken. See? And then the result is people start to awaken ecstatic love. That is the procedure. That is the path. That is Chaitanya Lila instruction. It's written down and spoken, and those who hear what was written down from a authorized devotee who is a rasic devotee, they get devotion to Krishna like Lalita Ganga awakened in their heart because of faithfully hearing these things. Pretty easy, huh? Pretty straightforward, pretty frank. What do you need a big checklist to attain Krishna for when you just need, by the action of the book Bhagavat, manufacturing the ring of the Rasa Leela? See? Book Bhagavat, devotee Bhagavat, and then you get this bhakti. There you go. That's what all the rules and regulations we're leading towards, is to meet the devotee to manufacture that ring, and you being open to hearing about it and not calling them sahajas, not disowning them, kicking them out of the temples just because they know who they're worshiping and you don't. The wise man is here. So, manufactured by Shukadev Goswami, the most auspicious craftsman, is as pure as an earring made of a conch shell. See? Pure vibration of a devotee when they speak about the pastimes of Krishna. They're pure, they're sincere, they're filled with ecstatic love. See, a conclusive understanding, pure. See, that's the purity, is to present these pastimes as they are. See, because they're saturated with ras, with ecstasy. Now, those revelations come like that. It's purity. See, that's why it's the cause. Purity is the cause of purity. See? Bhakti is the cause of bhakti. Bhakti is the purity, man. There's nothing pure in this universe besides bhakti. Nothing. Bhakti Devi. That's why even Krishna wants bhakti, isn't it? Krishna is always seeking after devotion. That's why he's just drawn to devotees, because it's the only pure thing in the world. It's his very life and soul. He wants to meet with his devotees. Devotees want to meet with him. Okay? That's purity. Nothing more pure than that is that meeting. That's real darshan. That's the living darshan. You got to come to the devotees who are purely seeking the Lord. And the Lord's pure, just naturally purity, and seeking the devotee. And then they meet by devotional service, pure devotional service. You need to be inside of a meeting, right? People like to go to meetings. Well, what's the best meeting to go to? Is where those who are meeting Krishna. Really intimately not from a distant meeting. You're sitting on the outside of a meeting, a meeting's going on in the room, but you can't go in. You're an outsider. You're not sitting on the board of directors. Only they're in the meeting and they're intimately dealing. Right? See, that's sadhu sangha. See, those who can't understand the attributes of real deep devotees, they're on the outside because they don't even want to go in. Or they want to go in some other way instead of going through the door of becoming, like submissive and friendly with the devotees. Oh, I really like what you're doing. To come in here with all these amazing things happening. It's just like, hey man, I'm not very smart. I'm just a sannyasi and a guru with so many thousands of disciples, but I'm pretty much a dum-dum because I don't have that. I'd like to come in. Can I come in? Oh, sure. Yeah. 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 But they can't, if you can't admit you're just a dum-dum and you're really not very important. Eh? The devotees who relish Rasa are the most important persons in this universe, and people in this Maya don't even understand. In religion, these persons who don't understand what real Krishna consciousness is are seen to be important. Therefore, there's blindness there. It's not enough just to believe in Krishna and believe in his in this path, believe in the bygone acharyas. It's not enough to be delivered, man. Okay? You got to believe in the rasa when it's in this world. That's Krishna. You believing in Krishna is believing in his pure energy, bhakti, when it's being distributed in this world. That's believing in the transcendental Lord. And you have to learn how to acquire a taste for that. That's why purification comes. See? These things, you have to be able to taste this nectar. Okay? So that you have to come in sadhu sangha with the devotees like that. That's real Krishna consciousness. That's where following all the rules and regulations in these mass Vaishnava movements, with big followings, is coming into the society of real devotees. See, reality. Their life is a reality. It's a lifestyle, man. They live on the fruits and the roots of Vrindavan. See? They live on the different, these are all devotees, the birds. See? They live on all of that. Okay? It's all coming to sadhu sangha. You cannot, if you want, do you want to attain Krishna? You have to attain him in this life. You have to bind him here in this world. You have to feel that Vrindavan Krishna. Taste it. Taste him. Taste his name. Relish it to the point of tears and ecstasy. And all these beautiful things you see here going on. If you don't like what's going on here, you don't really like Krishna yet. Krishna is this kind of, this intimacy, devotees intimately dealing. That's the real Krishna. That's the real devotees. Okay? That's reality. That's true eternal reality. That's the spiritual world here in this world. If it does not like that, if you don't see a devotee relishing Krishna's name in ecstasy, you haven't seen the spiritual world yet. You haven't seen real Krishna consciousness yet. Okay? And if you see it and don't appreciate it, well, you're not qualified yet to enter there. Because you got to like that place, right? You got to like where you're going. That's why the devotees come here. That's why the Lord comes here. To bring you notice he comes here and he brings his dham. He brings his devotees. He brings the pastimes they have. And it's all about being able to taste and become ecstatic like those devotees in relishing those pastimes in the sadhu sangha. Oh, what happened here? Krishna, Krishna. My mind is wearing an earring. My mind is wearing that earring upon his ear. From the gourd he has carved out. From a gourd he has carved out the bowl of my aspirations and has taken the bag of my expectations on his shoulders. See, this is the path, man. This is the yearning. The devotee is hankering after that association. He expects it now. He expects to meet with Krishna. That's why I come here. I come here every day to Sadhu Sangha. I'm aspiring to meet with Krishna. That's all. I'm not coming here to be around devotees who are just interested. Well, let's follow all this program of rules and regulations and ceremonies and all of that. Yeah, what are you doing these ceremonies for? What are you doing these rules and regulations for? Oh, I don't know. I'm just blindly adhering this because the book says to and the guru says to. See, that level doesn't know exactly what they're doing and why yet. And if you actually do, which you can find out here, because I'll just tell you, because of this kind of worship, it's so deep, it gives you the real realizations. I just tell you, you're doing these rules and regulations and ceremonies to attain sadhu sangha and be with devotees who are like that mentality, on the same page as Lord Chaitanya. They are aspiring to meet Krishna every day. They expect to meet Krishna because no rule or regulation or mandate or ceremony will fulfill them other than that transcendental meeting. It's transcendental now. That's Vrindavan. That's Vrindavan consciousness. Lord Chaitanya showed it, demonstrated, and real devotees now who teach this consciousness are like that. You see them always aspiring like that. Otherwise, the path is not here. It's here, but you don't see it. It's here, but it's not on the shelf being offered to the world. Well, it's here again. You want to just go beyond the ceremonies, the external relations, external understanding, or do you like this deep stuff? Do you like deeply understanding Krishna and what he really likes? Only the devotees who really love him, have this transcendental love, can express such things. That's the mercy of Lord Chaitanya. You think I could understand any of this? I have to see it. I'm looking at it and says, yeah, Lord, boy. He actually shows me, he said, boy, God, man, I was wondering, this must be you. I don't have, on my own, I don't have such aspirations. You must be living inside here and acting this way. Yeah, I can't. It's not humanly possible. Only if you are actually living inside here can I even relate to this. To these, the bowl of my, yeah, I'm aspiring like this, man. It's so true. How perfectly put.
He keeps it a secret. He keeps it a secret. In a way, you've got to deserve to know it. By getting purified, actually, by being surrendered. Otherwise, you can forget it. He's not opening the door. He's not opening the secrets, the little boxes.
Yeah. Yeah. This is, see, this he exposed only to Ramananda Roy, Swarab Damodar, the highest devotees, the deepest devotees, the most rasic devotees. See? And now this is the mercy. He was shouting it from the rooftops. Teaching these things to anyone who wants to know. Understand what the real path is. So the ring of, okay, read that. Okay, that's right. The yogi of my mind wears the torn quilt of anxiety on his dirty body, which is covered with dust and ashes. See? Anxiety. I have. Where are you, Lord? This is part of, it's like all expectations, anxiety to meet with Krishna. Where? How do I do this? How? Where are you? See? Dust and ashes on a dirty body. See? Dirty body, because the body is just, is like that. It's dead. You notice Shiva puts ashes on he's got ash all over his body. It's just dirt. His body is just without Krishna is empty, no life in it. So anxiety me, the devotee's feeling, I got nothing, man. The body is just the earth, dirt, ash, nothing, nothing, no life in that. It's like, repentance when in the Jewish people in the Old Testament, when they were repenting because they felt they were separated from the Lord because of their sins. They would put ash and put torn cloth, a torn quilt on, and just say, I'm just a piece of shit. This is me, Lord, please. I acknowledge my position. It's devotees. Like that. Lord, where are you? Look at me. I got nothing, without you. See, dust and ashes, his body. His words are, alas, Krishna, and he wears 12 bangles of distress on his wrists. That I don't quite get. And the turban of greed on his head. Because he has not eaten anything, is very thin. That's where the greed comes from. This is why it's a transcendental emotion. You get this greed because it seems, where's Krishna? A turban of greed. See, it's like, it's on your, it's like, where are you? Hey, this is an ornament, is this greed. Otherwise, if you don't have this desire, this greed, to have this bhakti, to have this union, which you get by being around greedy devotees, transcendental greed. People are greedy for money, greedy for family, greedy for wealth, properties in the world. That's material greed. But who's greedy for transcendental body of Krishna? Who's greedy to relish the subtle transcendental body of the Lord? To relish his attributes. See, this is what we get here. By being with devotees like this, you can't get this greed that way. On your own. Okay, you're working up to it, then you have to meet these devotees. Okay? This is part of the training, is to be able to go through the purification and do it here. That's why we're here. That's why I got the order from Prabhupada. This is very important for his devotees. If they want to make it to Vrindavan, they have to go into this kind of association. Otherwise, they don't know what Vrindavan is. Vrindavan is this mood. Vrindavan is a mood. Vrindavan is a devotee in the mood, and that has that greed, the turban of greed. Okay? Tasting the sweetness of Krishna with the tears and the ecstasies. Okay? This is what all Prabhupads are working and doing. All those rules, regulations, and ceremonies is leading to this kind of association. And if you can't relate to this, if you can't understand this, well, you'll take another birth. Because this is it, man. This is transcendence here. Every day, transcendence you're seeing with your own eyes. Tasting with your tongue. You got to taste with your awakened transcendental. Inside that tongue is transcendental tongue. Tastes the name and the qualities of Krishna. Has to be awakened. That taste not awakened, you haven't made it to the spiritual world yet. We don't have to go there. We are there by engaging with the transcendental tongue, mining the treasure of Krishna every day. Okay? What you bind, see, Jesus taught it. What you bind on earth, you bind in spirit. See, in their next existence. Like Narada Muni, he went through, in the Bhagavatam, you can read all about this. He heard from the sages, see, sadhus who were tastefully talking about God, Krishna. Tastefully, with awakened transcendental senses, and he heard and he served them. And then the modes of nature dissolved, and he became transcendently attracted to those pastimes in the name of Krishna. So he did it here. And then he transcended birth and death. He had the symptoms of ecstasy. The Lord appeared to him on the seat of his heart, like he does here every day for us. And then when he passed, it was like lightning. Boom, boom. Transcendental body appeared because it was already awakened. Didn't have the physical body to deal with now. Now, this is it. When devotees here, you see, they're developing their spiritual transcendental body here inside while they got, can you imagine? This is the root. This is the purpose of life, is to awaken that transcendental body universally for everyone. And then you transcend the Maya. Otherwise, it's all Maya, man, all of it. You're blind. All these persons without devotion awakened, their transcendental body awakened, so they can relish their intimate relationship with the transcendental eternal Lord. It's all illusions. All illusions. See? That's why Sadhu Sangha is praised by Krishna himself. This is the only way to really attain me ultimately. Everything you're doing is leading to this kind of association. Those who are attracted to those who have an awakened spiritual transcendental relationship with the Supreme Lord, Krishna and Lord Chaitanya and the devotees, and are in ecstasy in their relationship, you become attracted to that, you're out of here, man. You're the most fortunate person in this world. I don't care who you are, what you are. You're better. You could be a retard or a dog. You come into this kind of association, you're better than 1,000 Radhanas. Unless he has this. If he has this, then I'm wrong. I stand to be corrected. But 1,000 sannyasis who don't have this awakened, intimate, ecstatic relationship, a dog is better here. They're in a better position. Hey, I'm not lying, man. I'm not exaggerating. This dog that follows Shivananda Sain went back to Godhead just by being in the company of devotees. It's just a dog. Lord Chaitanya said even a dog of these real devotees who loved him and loved Krishna and saw him every year, the dogs are very dear to me, are engaged, get my devotional service. They're dogs. Can you imagine? Much less disciples, sincere disciples. This is why you see devotees, the Lord ain't waiting to deliver you. You think he's waiting to deliver Lalita? Look at her. This is deliverance. If you went to the spiritual world, you see exactly this. Here, you're seeing what's over there beyond all the modes of nature. Transcending even liberation. You're seeing here in a person. This is reality, eternal reality. Amazing, isn't it? When I think about it, it's like, wow, man. So Bhakti Tom writes something here. Let's check it out. But the reason, you want to read that, Tom? Read your own comment. Unmute yourself too.
It's very small.
Read it where you wrote it.
But the reason I do not immediately reciprocate the affection of living beings, even when they worship me, O gopis, In that I want to intensify their loving devotion. Then they become like a poor man who has gained some wealth and then lost it, and who thus became so anxious about it that he can think of nothing else.
You see the anxiety and the turban of greed. So you see that here in some devotees. They're going through obstacles. They have obstacles. Later on, it becomes very nectarian, but now they have obstacles. Sometimes the bodily problems, obstacles. But there's a greed there. I want Krishna. I need Krishna. I have to have Krishna. That's great. So the Lord doesn't reciprocate, right? He wants to increase that greed. And that is the only way to take. That's why you come here and you see like Lalita Ganga in there. You get the qualification like this. You want that also. There you go. The Lord's helping you, and you think it's a bad thing. No, He's increasing. You're not even nobody's qualified here, and the Lord gives the mercy to a devotee, and then you come here, you become greedy and jealous sometimes, or whatever it is. Doesn't matter. You see it and you want that. And there's, oh, very good. Keep it up. See? Now you have the desire to attain Him. You surpass all the rules and regulations just because you developed what Bhagavad Gita says. Oh, if you don't have love for me, then do these rules and regulations till you develop a desire to attain me. Didn't say you attain Him that way. No, you develop a desire. You come here, you just automatically develop. You surpass the rules and regulations just by being here. You being here, you'll see Lalita Ganga chanting in ecstasy, and you develop a desire to attain Krishna like that. You can't get any easier than that. Just come here and look. I don't care. Be envious, be whatever it is. That's your greed, man. Turban of greed. Developing. Everybody else, they don't have that greed. Still doing all those rules, all those regulations, all their guruship, all their followers and everything, and they still don't have the greed yet, but you do. Even a dog. You come here, you see that, oh, I also want that. Oh, well, Lord, when can I have that? There you go. You got your greed, man. You got a desire to attain Krishna. Now, and not only do you have a desire to attain Krishna, you have the place of attainment. You have everything right here, Sadhu Sangha. That's why Krishna says this is the only place to get me. This place is so glorious, people can't even fathom it. Can you imagine? This is why, who has got the order of Prabhupada? Like, who has got the blessing of Krishna practically? See, this is a powerful place. This is like a portal to the spiritual world, man. Okay, look at this. This is so attractive. We come here every day. I come here every day. I never miss it. I may oversleep, but I'm here. Why not? Why would I want to miss this? I have a turban of greed, man. Anxiety without it. Like in the evening, sometimes they're hard to connect. I feel like those little birds, Krishna disappears, and they're flying all over the place. And anxiety, well, my Lord, I'm without you. I'm just a dead body. Here's my ashes. His dead body covered with ashes, waiting for Krishna to appear in the morning. This is Vrindavan. You got to be it, man. You got to be like those birds when the Krishna goes and into the house and they were flying around. Where is Krishna? Till they're, meet with Krishna. This is Vrindavan, and this is spiritual world here in this world, man. Born again world. This Sangha here is a world that is spiritually reborn, a spiritually born reality. This is why it's so hard. It's hard to relate to. They think they know God, but they don't. Knowing the Lord. That's why, everything, all these prophets, all these acharyas are all trying to bring us closer to understand clearly what and who God is. But it takes time. See, people are contaminated with desires for material things and all this stuff here. And then it makes them adverse to the real Lord. See, so they teach by increments. But we got the good fortune now to just bring it out, because obviously it must be time. Otherwise, they wouldn't give the authorization, right? It's authorized. It's the time again. Huh.
So there's a timing for every individual.
Yeah. There's a timing for every individual. Yeah. See, and it's like, it's like I always could relate to when preaching of Jesus, when he would say, he just went out and preached the message God gave him in his heart, the revelation and realization the Lord gave him. And he knew whoever was meant to be drawn would come. So some came that were sincere, that those were those fishermen, and they heard and they were friendly with him and like disciples. And they got it first. They were the first fruits, just like here. See, you guys are coming. You're attracted to come. We have not so many people, maybe 15, 20, 30 out of millions of Vaishnavas. But they're first, you're attracted to come, and you're the first fruits. You see, first fruits, people coming and getting this ecstatic devotion. It's different than anything. That's why even you get excommunicated. First, the Lord strips you usually of bad, unfavorable association. Naturally, these guys were hindering you. All these persons are adverse to this level. So first it clears it off, and then you get very deep into this, and then you start to attract them and come back. They're not a hindrance. The Lord removes the hindrances. So, I see this all the time. People come here, sometimes they lose their animals. They may be, binding with too much affection. Not all the time, but, they might lose the animal for a while. And then you can have them later if you want. It's not a big deal. Or they lose sometimes children. The husband takes the children away or something. And they think it's a bad thing. And I think it's great. And then, no, I want to get the lawyers in here. I'm going to fight and all that. I'm going to fight. See, fight destiny. The Lord's trying to help you. But anyway, attachments like that. And then they leave. They just, where are they? They're out fighting in court for the children or something. See, they can't see, not all the time. It's hard. It's not easy to see that it's destiny, but attachment is very strong, the wives, Bhakti Siddhanta gave sannyas to many people. And sometimes the wives would come and grab their husbands and take them away. He would cry, "Oh my God, the mice!" Just take them back. So,
yeah, Guru Maharaj, your Lord also disappears regularly. If he disappears, he hides sometimes.
Yeah. Well, how can you have a Leela how can you have, see, a Leela is activity, pastimes.
Yes.
That even in the movies is like that. People, they get
Yes.
together and they disappear. They go this way, they have and then they come back in the meeting. This is so, it's like that with God.
Yes.
I also sometimes wonder about that, when I'm chanting everything, and I see, where the heck is he? Where did it go? Why doesn't I feel, that turban of greed is there, and the anxiety is there, everything, so, well, how are we above our master? If the Lord is feeling like that, why wouldn't he? Yeah, but that's what makes the path. Okay,
Okay,
whoever's doing that. I think it's more karuna, Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So anyway, yeah, exactly. Okay, mute the fucking microphone, man. Hello. Okay. Excuse my cursing, but I don't like my service interrupted by echoes. The yogi of my mind always studies the poetry. Okay, read that. All right. The mystic yogi of my mind has assumed the name Mahabola and made disciples of my 10 senses. Thus my mind has gone Vrindavan, leaving aside the home of my body and a great treasure of material enjoyment. Okay, all right. What else here? So let's read Srimad Bhagavatam.
I would like to say something more about that desire to have the union, and the other one is not ready. I feel that that's a big burden.
I don't understand. Can you make that clear?
How can I explain? The name of the chapter from the Srimad Bhagavatam I just mentioned, it's about union. So I feel this need, this I feel in my heart, I want to, the ultimate back to Godhead is like a union, and I want to go there back to Godhead with my friends.
With your friends? Who are your friends?
With the people around, with my friends. With my friends.
Who are your friends?
With everyone.
Everyone?
But they are not ready. Or there's a timing for everyone.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, you see,
it feels like a burden that we cannot go back to Godhead together, like a union.
Well, see, the thing is, everybody has to grow in their own pace. So, like one person asked Prabhupada, what is the highest realization? Highest realization is save yourself, man. Save yourself. So, and when you save yourself, that means be concerned about your advancement, okay? This sentimental stuff, this is all sentimental stuff. My friends, they're not your friends. They're your enemies right now. No, you got to advance more, okay? Save yourself. This is save yourself by following the instruction of the spiritual master in Sadhu Sangha. You save yourself. And as your realization deepens and you deeply in the real self, then you see the deeper realization, saving yourself. You're saving the self out there. But you have the power to do it now. Okay? So be here right now. Here are your friends.
I cannot
They're not your
see
friends.
the souls as my enemy. I cannot see the human beings as my enemy.
Well, it doesn't matter. The thing is, these are your friends here. They help you. These other people, unless they're deeply into spiritual revelation and realization, cannot bring you closer, really. Your real friends are those who do. It's like Jesus said. They said, oh, your mother wants to talk to you. He said, well, who is my mother? Who is my father? Who is my friend? Who is my brother? Those who do the will of God. See, the will of God is, we're in the will of God. The will of God when he was here was the Holy Spirit, man, and listening to him teach about that. See, that's the true will of God. He wants everybody to have the Holy Spirit. Okay, whoever's interested in the time. See, that's your real friends right now. You got to get the power to draw people in there. You know, people are all different. You know, people are contaminated in various ways with other goals, other self-aggrandized, self-interested things. So all it usually can do is pollute you. So stick with your friends, get really strong, and then you'll be able to deliver more people.
Okay.
Otherwise, it's like you're a drowning man there, Tom. And you're saying, and you see all these other drowning men, and you say, "Oh, I want to go and help them." And you're drowning, they're drowning. You can't, you both go under.
Yes, I know that.
You know?
So
Okay.
there is I I I I can pray, or I can ask for that purifying, to become empowered with the purifying energy.
Yeah. It's automatic there, Tom. You see, the thing again, it's you're kind of externally thinking about it. Just get God for yourself, man.
Yeah.
Get God,
Become
and
stronger.
automatic. It comes with the territory. Don't you splay yourself out like this. I just want to help them. You know, I see people do it. You know, yeah, I just want to help them. Help yourself, man. Get God for yourself, and then people will say, "Oh, that looks
Voilà.
great. You got God. You're
Oh,
really
yeah.
into the Lord, man. You're tasty. Oh, I want that too." You know, get God for yourself. Don't get there's all this sentiment, material sentiment. You know. Eat food so you get strong. And then automatically people think, wow, you really have a great relationship. Look, you eat strong in it, you know? And then people will come and listen. Otherwise, that doesn't, come on, man, wake up. Get it, you know. Wake up, man. Get God, man. Be focused on that. Get that turban of greed going. You didn't see, what was Lord Chaitanya? Was he going, oh, what about, no, Krishna, I want you. Where are you, man? And look at the, and then we read that in ecstasy and we get ecstatic because of his intense relation for himself to taste that love of God. See? And then later on, these things come automatically, but you got to go deeply into this yourself. Get focused. Not like a little whimpering, sentimental. I got no compassion. I really. What? That's why you got to hang out with the. Go ahead. What?
I told him so many times. You've got to be healthy, egoistic now, and
Yeah.
be concerned about your own bhakti. And when you are strong, you can give and you can convince. But
Yeah.
now they make you doubt, and they
Yeah.
are.
Yeah. That's
No,
where they're
no,
your enemy in that way.
yeah,
I want to help them. You're two drowning men, and they're all drowning, and we're all flopping in the water, drowning.
drowning each
I want
other.
to help
Yeah,
you. Yeah, you grab onto them, and you both go down. More weight. Hey, man, these are your friends right now. This is like in the water they have the pier, and the posts in the water. The water is going. The water of Maya is going. The posts are solid, man. Stay in the solidness. And hold on to that. And then you become a pillar. So people that are in there, they can grab on. See? So anyway, that's the idea. Okay. There you go. Threw a bucket of cold water on Tom there a little bit. Okay, this is Srimad Bhagavatam. Canto 1, Chapter 5, verse number 9. Although great sage, you have very broadly described the four principles beginning with religious performances. You have not described the glories of the Supreme Personality, Vasudeva. Those words which do not describe the glories of the Lord, who alone can sanctify the atmosphere of the whole universe. What are those four? Okay. Are considered by saintly persons unto places of pilgrimage for crows. Let me see what this 9 is here. Let's look at that. 4 principles. Let's find out what that he's talking about. So, Prabhupada's purport. The prompt diagnosis of Sri Narada is at once declared. The root cause of despondency of Vyasadeva was his deliberate avoidance of glorifying the Lord in his various editions of the Puranas. See, this is it. This is what they basically do. The deliberate, now, this is the hindrance. The deliberate avoiding of glorifying the Lord's more intimate pastimes. See, like publicly. See, they've been deliberately withholding that in Vaishnavism. See? That's why devotees get to a point of dissatisfaction. Like you see Johann and Janaki, because they were doing that. They were deliberately, well, actually not. Prabhupada was deliberately. Bhakti Siddhanta, they were withholding this, chanting the pastimes of the Lord, where it's in the affective state where they're crying and laughing and all that stuff, deliberately withholding that necessarily, just like Vedavyas necessarily needed to do that. But it gets to a point, if you're in your heart, you're feeling unsatisfied like him, then you'll get this where we're deliberately not avoiding. See, with deliberation. See, the Lord has authorized this. With deliberation, Prabhupada and Krishna came and said, yeah, now do it. See? Before it was with deliberation, they withhold, and with deliberation now they give. Okay? And that's what's happening now. See, it's been, even though people don't, most don't accept it right now. Most don't accept it right now. But hey, gradually they will. Or some will, at least. So, it's a generational thing. Not everybody. A lot of people, they're meant to just, follow the religious principles and the rules and regulations their whole lives, and they die and they take another birth and continue on. Yeah, so it's different. So, you have not described the glories of the Supreme Personality of Vasudeva. See, so the glories of the Lord is all this, is ecstatic worship, all this stuff that Lord Chaitanya. That's very deep glories of the Lord. Ecstatically, intimately worshiping the Lord. See, that's the confidential truth of the Bhagavatam. That's the Bhagavatam. That's the real Bhagavatam, is the confidential truth in there. But usually only an acharya, somebody with great deep transcendental awakened taste, can understand that. And then they keep it for themselves, that. And then they teach the other things that people can understand. Okay? But we're at that point, just like here, people that are going to come here, that are coming here, are the ones who say, okay, well, I've done all these Vaidhi principles and all these regulations and ceremonial worship. Now I want something deeper. I want what you guys are showing. See, showing. See, this is on the shelf. This is in the supermarket now. People are shopping, right, for various kinds of foods. Well, here's the gourmet section. Are you ready for gourmet food? Or do you still want the just the other stuff? This is the gourmet section. So, Tom, you read where I left off. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna.
I have to go to the laptop.
Okay, and then I'll continue reading until you... Hare Krishna.
Can you repeat the place, please?
Srimad Bhagavatam, 1st canto, 5th chapter, verse number 10.
1510. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Oh, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Shri Garai Das. Those words which do not describe the glories of the Lord, who alone can sanctify the atmosphere of the whole universe, are considered by saintly persons to be like unto a place of pilgrimage for crows.
Crows,
yes. Since the all-perfect persons are inhabitants of the transcendental abode, they do not derive any pleasure there.
Yeah, so first level is, if you notice, what I notice usually, like if you go to the Vaishnava groups, like ISKCON or something, when they have classes, they usually talk about the glories of austerities. That's what I heard. The doing fastings and distribution of books and stuff like kind of external, and or they read the verses and they just read them. Did not really understand discussing the deep principles of, they don't know them. See, so that's what's usually going on. See, so the devotees who are tasting ras, they like to speak about the intimate glories of the Lord, the more deep, the more conclusive, the stuff that gets you into the spiritual dimension, because that's what it's all about. See, it's like the name of Krishna, the pastimes of Krishna, the qualities of Krishna, the behavior of Krishna is the path. Okay? It's the way, but it's also the goal. See? So you need to associate with people who have attained the goal. That's the way. That's what Jesus meant. I'm the way. The devotees in the goal of Rasik, their transcendental, eternal relationship with the Lord is awakened. See? So they're the goal. And they're also the path. See? The path is how they act, what they teach, what they realize. See? You got everything in Sadhu Sangha. All the tools to be delivered. Nothing lacking. This is why you give up the other naturally. Why should I follow strictly the rules and regulations and all that? That's when I got this. This is all I need. You need anything else, Lalita? Just chant Krishna's name and he appears. Is that good enough for you? Yeah. There you go. Example of the path. That's how you become guru. You become deeply rasic, deeply with lots of revelations comes from that intimacy. And then you teach that what the Lord shows you in the world. And then people have found that uncommon path of a person highly got Bhagavan level realization. And you learn from that person who has attained that relationship, eternal relationship with God. That's simple. What do you need anything else? This is the idea where the Bhagavatam says, what need is there for any other scripture? What need is there any other devotee speaking Srimad Bhagavatam? See? So you got what need is there then other than that devotee speaking that book? See, this is why it's the book Bhagavat and devotee Bhagavat. When you got that, you got everything. It's complete. The sacrifice is complete. Now you're going back to Godhead. This is when you find the bona fide guru. It's like chapter 1. When you're ready to be delivered, he appears and they preach you the real confidential message of Bhagavatam and you go back to Godhead. That's what's going on here. And you don't have to, you're in Godhead. Godhead comes to you here and you manifest that glory in this world. Hey, look at the spiritual world, everybody. See, we draw Krishna here. Go ahead.
Why would we follow rules and regulations if we read everywhere that he's not attracted by it? And if we get confirmations and ecstasy and knocking on our shoulders and embraces when we glorify the Sangha? Why would we go and do things that he's not attracted on if we get the shoulder knockings from the Lord and the embrace by doing what he wants?
Yeah.
It's simple. He's showing it himself.
Yeah, Lord Chaitanya said intimate dealings with Krishna and actually, intimate dealings with Krishna and Krishna's devotees is 1,000,000 times more pleasing to Krishna and Krishna's devotees than external rules and regulations and mandates, because you're on the outside. This is intimate inside, draws you inside what is real, eternal in our position. Anyway, that's what we're here to teach. Because people, it's they don't understand this thing. This is this is the example. That's why people still worshiping Jesus now, because he came and brought the Holy Spirit. This is why we're worshiping Lord Chaitanya now, because he brought the spirit of devotion. He was the first. Well, Madhavendra Puri. But anyway, the Lord came and he was, you could see this is a family affair, transcendental, ecstatic family. So this is where it's all leading. Everything Gaudiya Smriti ISKCON is doing and Gaudiya Math is leading to intimate dealings with Krishna and Krishna's devotees. Well, that's going on here. And I asked the questions, is it going on in ISKCON? Is it going on in Gaudiya Smriti? Is it going on in Gaudiya Math? See, I mean, I'm asking those people that may be hearing this. Just ask yourself, are intimate dealings between Krishna and Krishna's devotees going on there where you see the transcendental expression of love? And that means laughing, crying, choking up when you're worshiping Krishna and chanting his name and his pastimes, like it was 500 years ago and like it is here now. Is that going on? Because if you can get clear about that is the truth. That is where all of your worship is leading, is to sadhu sangha. I mean, real sadhu sangha, not people talking about sadhu sangha, but no ecstasy, no pure love of God manifesting. Okay? It's still not clear. This is clear and getting more clear every day. How real this is. This is what it's about. This is to get everything clear, to see and experience in our lives. We're worshiping an emotional God, transcendently emotional. And he's emotional, and he's very intelligent, very ecstatic, very, very logical, very clear. See, Sadhu Sangha is all about this. And for those who are greedy for that, that's why they show up here.
I was talking also earlier with Karuna about this, that there's something that's holding us back from this clarity. Yes, my grand uncle, he was a priest, and he wrote a book. He helped writing a book, and the title was "I Was Looking for God's Absence." So there's a natural propensity for people. They are looking where God is not present, and they feel attracted. Yeah, maybe they have some misplaced what's the name, emotional feelings that they want to help people but they are not able. So of course we want to go back to God, to have that clarity, but there is also the opposite force, that we are looking where God is not, and we want to rescue people, and we are interested to empathize with them.
Yeah, and you need the power to do that, though.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm glad I just can express. I put it into words.
It's good.
Because these are very essential things that come back in my life again and again and again.
Yeah.
Hare Krishna.
Yeah.
Text
So
11.
what does Ivo say there? Evo.
Shall I read?
Yeah, read it.
As Shama Sundari said, there is more or less something wrong with all of us, and that can make it more difficult to become good friends.
Yeah, well, see, this is why Sadhu Sangha is so great, because we advance that way, because as we're getting purified, we become more friendly. After a while, you don't look at what's wrong with somebody. You don't look what you just look. Oh, they got bhakti, man. They're associable. And see, because Krishna, could you imagine? You become more on the same page with the Lord, with Krishna. He doesn't look at our faults. He looks, oh, this person likes me. See, this is the thing. In our Sangha here, usually you go through this initiation. You're looking at each other's faults, because that's what people do. They live fault finders, and you don't see the beauty in what people are. The beauty is like what Krishna looks at. Like, oh, this person's coming to Sadhu Sangha. Boy, this person has faith in what we're doing. This person, you see the transcendentalness of it, the beauty of what they're doing, and not looking at their faults. Oh, they're like this and they're like that, and that causes a reaction. That's the purification. When you look at the faults of the devotees here, Krishna gives you a strong reaction usually, and that's part of how you learn. It's part of the purifying thing.
Yeah.
I want to say, so when we want to help somebody, it's because we're actually looking at a fault that they have that needs to be fixed, and so we want to help them. You think?
Who are you talking about? People inside or outside the Sangha?
Well, like what Tom was talking about earlier about friends wanting to help those friends, and so we may be actually looking at that they're not really in the right place, and we want to help them and fix that and change that, and
Yeah.
that's looking at a fault,
Well, yeah.
fault.
Yeah, the thing is, people have free will too. Maybe they don't want to be fixed. Yeah, they might not want to be fixed or helped in the way you want to help them. So what do? You know, there's yeah. Okay, read the next verse then.
11. On the other hand, that literature which is full of descriptions of the transcendental glories of the name, fame, forms, pastimes, etc., of the unlimited Supreme Lord, is a different creation, full of transcendental words, directed toward bringing about a revolution in the impious lives of this world's misdirected civilization.
Yeah, that's you know, that's really it. If people become attracted to the transcendental glories, and that's why it starts with a holy name. It's very purifying. You know, people getting together in kirtan, it helps get attraction to the glories of the name, and next stage usually pastimes and qualities. There are a lot of there's a lot of persons that are chanting the holy name that are in the more new age groups. You know, they have these things in California, like these bhakti, what they call bhakti festivals, and they're not interested in philosophy at all, but they like the name. They sit there, chant, and they see gradually it opens you up to more of Krishna's glories. You get purified, and then you'll want to hear more about where that name comes from and what it's all about. Yeah. Yeah, go ahead, read.
Such transcendental literatures, even though imperfectly composed, are heard, sung, and accepted by purified men who are thoroughly honest.
Yeah, I mean, if you're not honest, you won't like the truth. And most of us have resistance to honest opinion of Krishna. You know, honest is the glories of the Lord as they are. But a lot of people believe in illusion to be the ultimate eternal truth, even. People believe in the mode of goodness is going to deliver them. If they're a good person and and follow the rules and regulations and all that, and then they can go back together. See, there people don't like to hear, no, you got to become an ecstatic devotee. You got to associate with ecstatic devotees to be delivered. They don't like that. No. I can just follow Prabhupada's books. I can just read his books and I'll be delivered. I'm a Ritvik or I'm a living guru. I can just do my living guru thing. I'm going back to Godhead. Oh, do you have ecstatic love of God? Well, that's not the qualification. I don't see that in the book. Okay. Then so not everybody's interested in these very deep glories of the Lord, because those who are, you get delivered. If you like to be in the association of ecstatic devotees, you'll be delivered just because of that. Gradually, you'll become ecstatic just by the association, by regularly coming here. And if you become attracted, not everybody does. Some people come here and then they go. They don't think this is of value. Well, that's their heart, whatever the condition of their heart is. To me, I think this is of extraordinary value. It's my life to come and engage in service to Guru, Vaishnavas, and Krishna. Okay? I find that very attractive, but not everybody does. They may have some other conception of Krishna. Okay. I like this one. This one sounds more true. See, more real, more in line with Lord Chaitanya. See, in line. See, I feel like I'm linked up. I feel that link. I feel, I feel it understanding wise and feeling wise, actually. Feel this transcendental awakening. See, and I said, oh boy, I feel like I'm part of that family. So if people don't feel like they're part of this family, well, everybody has a different heart for the stuff. You know, I think I got to rest for a while. You know, you guys want to? You can go on. Why don't you go on? Because you want to go on. What's the consensus here? Because you can go on. I'll just, take a little rest here. I got up early again. I'm going
Yeah.
through. I'm going through some bodily purification because I've been eating once a day, and it's put me like in a fasting mode. So which is good. I feel a purification. Yes, when I woke up, I was all sweaty, man, like toxins coming out.
I feel like doing some verses, but I have to restart because I got a phone call and now the volume is. But I feel like doing some more verses, but I have to restart quick.
Yeah. Are you guys okay with that, everybody? Or
maybe you can open a room, Tom, and we can all go into your room and do it live.
why? This is live. There,
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we have like 7 people watching me too.
Yeah, cool. Whatever.
Yeah. So you're okay with it? Okay.
So you would start a new StreamYard? Or we would start a new StreamYard?
No, just sit on. Just stay on, man. Just forget about me for a while. I'm gonna go and take lay down a little bit. I'll be listening probably. Okay. So here's Tom again. He's restarted.
Okay, now it's more clear. Thank you.
Haribo.
Haribo. Oh, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Wow. Thoroughly honest.
So you guys can, stuff comes up for you, discuss it.
Okay. Just, yeah. Raise your hand so I can. If you want to say something, please raise your hand. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. So this is 1511. Sadhava, the purified men who are honest. The purified men who are honest. I also feel we have to be courageous, to be honest, and just to be courageous to accept what we our capabilities, what we do not know and what we know, and we are capable to. Are we really capable to help someone really, or we have to be honest with ourselves if we are able. Hare Krishna. Knowledge of self-realization, even though free from material affinity, does not look well if devoid of a conception of the infallible. So here again, if we are not in contact with God, if we are not connected, then there's no honesty and there is no knowledge of self-realization. Then we are not capable. Then we are not capable to help anyone.
Even not to help yourself. If you're not connected to the true vine, you are not capable to help yourself. You don't allow it.
Yeah, then we are not. Yeah, and if someone thinks that he or he fakes that he can help, then he is puffed up and he cannot deliver. He is not honest, and he's not self-realized.
Mm-hmm.
What then? There's an echo. What then? Can you please mute?
Just yes.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna.
Yeah. Just a second. I'm working on it. Oh, God.
Hare Krishna. A thought just came to my head. If we have a breakdown,
Just be quiet. Okay, that's good. Okay, can anybody hear me? Yeah. Okay, so I got it. I was just switching from the computer to the phone because it uses too much juice on the computer. Okay, so go ahead, guys. I got it fixed.
I just like to say to the assembled devotees, sometimes we get knocked off SteamYard, and if Maharaj isn't, aware
Oh.
of who's backstage, then Tom could end up be by himself going, "I'm all alone." So that's why I said maybe if he wants to start a room, then he's more aware of who wants to come in and join.
Yeah, well, it's better to do this right now. And if you get knocked off, just go and watch. Just go and from the watching thing. Right now, Sachi, you guys just stay on it, and Tom will probably stay on. He won't get knocked off. And Lolita, and you might get knocked off because you're always getting, I don't know why, but you always get knocked off. Okay, so just go, whoever does, just go in and watch. Okay, go ahead, guys, have fun.
Okay. Continuing text 12. What then is the use of fruitive activities? What then is the use of fruitive activities, which are naturally painful from the very beginning, and transient by nature, if they are not utilized for the devotional service of the Lord? So here I feel we have this opportunity to live in a human body, and we can deal with and be provoked by the modes of nature, but we have to utilize them for devotional service. Otherwise, there's no use of it. We have to also, like Srila Prabhupada says, we have to make the best use of the bad bargain.
Yeah, otherwise you invest in temporary things, in temporary results, and you can start over and over again. So better to invest in your eternal life.
Yeah. If Karuna wants to say something, or Mary, I listen. Text 13. O Vyasadev, your vision is completely perfect. O Vyasadev, your vision is completely perfect. Your good fame is spotless. You are firm in vow and situated in truthfulness. And thus you can think of the pastimes of the Lord in trance, or the liberation of the people in general from all material bondage. Wow.
Yeah, sometimes you might want to read some of the purport too.
Yeah, on word by word.
Or yeah. So kind of be creative like that. Hare Krishna.
It's nice to have
a voice from the darkness.
Voice. And thus you can
from
think
the light. Sorry.
Voice from God coming from heaven.
Like Lord Chaitanya, you would hear a voice, it would just come.
Go to Advaita Acharya's house. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Take the name Sri Krishna Chaitanya.
Yes, go
Oh,
to the
Srila
purpose.
Guru Haridas.
And thus, you can think of the pastimes of the Lord in trance for the liberation of the people in general from all material bondage. So we have, here is the perfect example. Yes. O Vyasadeva, your vision is completely perfect. Your good fame is spotless. You are firm in vow and situated in truthfulness, and thus you can think of the pastimes of the Lord in trance for the liberation of the people in general from all material bondage. So this one is empowered. He's capable of liberating people. Hare Krishna, Hare Rama. Okay, I go to the, of course, to the purport. People in general have a taste for literatures by instinct. People in general have a taste for literatures by instinct. They want to hear and read from the authorities something about the unknown, but their taste is exploited by unfortunate literatures, which are full of subject matter for satisfaction of the material senses. Such literatures contain different kinds of mundane poems and philosophical speculations, more or less under the influence of Maya, ending in sense gratification. These literatures, although worthless in the true sense of the term, are variously decorated to attract the attention of the less intelligent men. Thus, the attracted living entities are more and more entangled in material bondage without hope of liberation for thousands and thousands of generations. Sri Narada Sri, being the best amongst the Vaishnavas, is compassionate towards such unfortunate victims of worthless literatures, and thus he advises Sri Vyasadeva to compose transcendental literature which is not only attractive, but can also actually bring liberation from all kinds of bondage. Srila Vyasadeva or his representatives are qualified, yes, are qualified. Srila Vyasadeva or his representatives are qualified, they are capable, in my words, because they are rightly trained to see things in true perspective. Srila Vyasadeva and his representatives are pure in thought due to their spiritual enlightenment, fixed in their vows due to their devotional service, and determined to deliver the fallen souls rotting in material activities. The fallen souls are very eager to receive novel information every day. The fallen souls are very eager to receive novel informations every day, and the transcendentalists, like Vyasadeva or Narad, can supply such eager people in general with unlimited news from the spiritual world. Somebody wants to say something? I watch. Okay.
No. Try to follow.
Am I too fast?
No. It's good. It's okay. Question of
In the
language.
Okay. In the Bhagavad Gita, it is said that the material world is only a part of the whole creation, and that this earth is only a fragment of the whole material world. There are thousands and thousands of literary men all over the world, and they have created many, many thousands of literary works for the information of the people in general for thousands and thousands of years. Unfortunately, none of them have brought peace and tranquility on the earth. This is due to a spiritual vacuum in those literatures. This is due to a spiritual vacuum in those literatures. Therefore, the Vedic
Yeah.
literature, especially the Bhagavad Gita and the Srimad Bhagavatam, are specifically recommended to suffering humanity to bring about the desired effect of liberation from the pangs of material civilization, which is eating the vital part of human energy, which is eating the vital part of human energy.
Yeah,
So
you
what is
know what it
the
is? You know what it is just all these literatures he's talking about, they don't awaken the sleeping Lord usually. Some do, because if they have some relation to devotion. So most literatures are mundane, or they're dealing with subjects that don't relate to their soul worshiping God, you know. So therefore, they don't produce the happiness of the Lord. See, so it's just this. So this is Prabhupada's trying to create people to become to make it where people are attracted to transcendental literature, because that'll cause a spiritual awakening. The other literature usually doesn't. Some does, some do, especially like if it's by those who are devotees, like in religions like Christianity, Saint Francis. I remember I went to a movie about Saint Francis, and because it's about worshiping God, there's devotion in there, it can awaken bhakti. But most literatures don't deal with that. They don't know about this relationship between the soul and God. That's the only really important thing in this whole universe. Everything else is more or less an illusion. So a lot of literatures deal with mundane subject matters that don't talk about the soul's relationship with God and don't teach about that. So they're kind of worthless in that sense. There's no real worth in it.
ineffective?
Yeah, ineffective, because it doesn't know where everything is going. Universally, it's all about awakening, having a spiritual awakening of your soul's relationship with God. And because we're built for that. This is we're spiritual, not material beings here to talk about material things all the time. Okay, over.
Thank you. The Bhagavad Gita is the spoken message of the Lord Himself, recorded by Vyasadeva. And the Srimad Bhagavatam is the transcendental narration of the activities of the same Lord Krishna, which alone can satisfy the hankering desires of the living being for eternal peace and liberation from miseries. So, my words, this is effective. Srimad Bhagavatam, therefore, is meant for all the living beings all over the universe, for total
Yeah,
liberation.
yeah. See, we will not experience peace until we find our source. And that's why Jesus was, he said, I can give you peace that surpasses all understanding, because everybody can't find, they're always going to be restless in this world until they find their source. So Krishna is God in his most original form, and those who make contact with that will find peace. You will find peace in Jesus Christ also, if you really connect deeply with Jesus Christ, because that was the purpose, so that people can attain lasting peace. Only when the Holy Spirit, see, the Holy Spirit is the spiritual awakening of our soul in relationship with the Supreme Soul. See, now we found peace. Now we found the source. Now we found home. Now there's no other place to go than home. See,
Home
so
and
that's
whole.
the idea. Yeah, that's home, and that's
Home and
peace.
whole also.
Yeah, and you find your feeling. You find home. You find where you feel complete everything. Yeah. So it's like that. Over.
Thank you. I have got this image. We have to be connected to the source, and also we have to be a channel that it's not nicked, that is open to be connected to that source. So we have to be we have to ourselves, we have to be connected in a not banded way, not nicked way, not um, um, we have to be straight and honest.
Yeah, without restrictions, and yeah, and we've got to be hollowed out to receive as well, to have this fluid.
We all the blockage. If there are blockages, it doesn't work either. If we connected to the source, but there are blockages, we are not straight, we are not honest, and it doesn't work.
Mm.
Hare Krishna. Srimad Bhagavatam, therefore, is meant for all the living beings. Srimad Bhagavatam, therefore, is meant for all the living beings all over the universe, for total liberation from all kinds of material bondage. Such transcendental narrations of the pastimes of the Lord can be described only by liberated souls like Vyasadeva and his bona fide representatives, who are completely merged in the transcendental loving service of the Lord. Yeah.
Otherwise, you can't write about the truth. If you're not transcendentally situated, you can't really write conclusively.
You can't even speak. You can't even speak conclusively. See, this is why you can't teach Srimad Bhagavatam unless you're like that. And that's the qualification of the bona fide guru. But look, they have so many so-called representatives of Srimad Bhagavatam taking disciples, but they're not like that. They're not merged in transcendental loving service of the Lord. You can see they're not. Therefore, and they don't like to hear the truth and be set free by it. See, they want to believe like it's like a child wanting to believe that they're a doctor, and they're not. They're just a child, and a lot of people are like that. So, Srimad Bhagavatam is as it is. You need to hear from a speaker who is empowered by Krishna, is loving service, and they love that book. That book is their life. The Leela, their life. The name is their life. And now you see that's why things work here effectively. Look how people are advancing quickly. Look how the blockages come out of them that are blocking them from their intimate relationship with Krishna. So that all those things are happening there because the empowerment there is there, and otherwise it doesn't. And that's why you can play guru and play follower, but if you're both not understanding, you don't get the desired result. You're just kind of practicing and in the dark actually. But the book is full of light. I mean, I love discussing these truths. I love shining a light on the truth so people can see it, whether they want to see it or not. It's still it's truth. Truth is, you want to be delivered. You don't have a guru that doesn't have is not engaged in the transcendental loving service of the Lord. You will not be delivered in this life. They are just going to speculate naturally because they're not understand. See, they're not Bhagavad Gita 10:10. To those who worship me with loving ecstasy, I give them the understanding to come back to Godhead. You got to listen to somebody like that. Otherwise, you're blind, and the leader is blind, and the followers are blind. And that's what Jesus was talking about. Blind guides.
Yeah.
You know, if you're not like engaged in the loving, ecstatic service of the Lord, you're more or less blind in this world. And you can only lead blind persons, and you both fall in some level of darkness still. You know, you just stay in it.
No
Until you
Ananda, no cheat.
Hmm?
No Ananda, no cheat.
Yeah. So no Ananda, only shit. Over.
Really true.
Okay. In the next sentence, it's exactly like Srila Garuda says. It's also exactly I see like Bhagavad Gita 10:10. Only to such devotees do the pastime of the Lord and their transcendental nature become automatically manifest by dint of devotional service. So only to such devotees do the pastimes of the Lord and their transcendental nature become automatically manifest by dint of devotional service. No one
It
else.
needs to be manifest. It needs to be manifest. The transcendental nature of the pastimes need to be manifest. They need to,
Yes.
to feel the ecstasy. The ecstasy needs to be there.
Yes.
That's the qualification. Is the devotee has to engage in devotional service, and that reveals his transcendental position. See, it reveals the ecstatic love, which shows that's their qualification. That's their bhakti shastra. You know, you're going to get real shastra from a person with bhakti like that. Otherwise, you're not getting the real shastra. You're getting some natural speculation, because you have to realize these things. You got to be an experienced devotee experiencing real devotion, real bhakti. Yeah. And that's who you're supposed to hear from. I mean, if you want to get the desired result quickly, like Shukadev Goswami, I mean, like Maharaj Parikshit, over.
No one else can either know or describe the acts of the Lord, even if they speculate on the subject for many, many years. No one else can either know or describe the acts of the Lord, even if they speculate on the subject for many, many years.
See, this is the thing. Unless you're an experienced devotee relishing mellows, you're one of those. You can speculate for millions of years, and you and your disciples will not be delivered until you both hear from somebody relishing ras and engage in the eternal, transcendental, loving service of the Lord, or pure devotional service. You will not be delivered, either party, until one of you party listens. Over.
The description of the Bhagavatam are so precise and accurate that whatever has been predicted in this great literature about 5,000 years ago is now exactly happening. The descriptions of the Bhagavatam are so precise and accurate that whatever has been predicted in this great literature about 5,000 years ago is now exactly happening. Therefore, the vision of the author comprehends past, present, and future. Therefore, the vision of the author comprehends past, present, and future.
Yeah, and you can see that what it's happening is like now, it's predicting that persons that are not engaged in the transcendental love of service are actually speculating and cannot deliver you. Everything, all the obstacles are happening now. It's predicting all of these things. It predicts even the historical society, like in the 12th canto, the symptoms of Kali. All these things are very accurate for the most part, because like all scriptures, very old scriptures, there's some, some things that are not always up to snuff. But still, for the most part, it's amazing. It's amazing. Even the Bible is amazing. Many predictions in the Bible are coming about. See, so the real path is chalked out. And if you're not, just like if you're not preaching what Prabhupada is talking about there, you're not engaged in the transcendental loving service of the Lord, you cannot deliver somebody. Okay? It's meant to be heard from devotees like that. Okay, over.
Therefore, the vision of the author comprehends past, present, and future. Such liberated persons as Vyasadeva are perfect, not only by the power of vision and wisdom, but also in oral reception, in thinking, feeling, and all other sense activities. So such liberated persons as Vyasadeva are perfect, not only by the power of vision and wisdom, but also in oral reception, in thinking, feeling, and all other sense activities.
See, isn't that amazing? See, that perfection in vision. See, vision comes from bhakti. See, they're perfect in vision. That means you don't have to be Mr. Rocket Science. You just have to have devotion awakened in your heart, and Krishna gives you the perfect vision. See, your vision, read some of the, I'll tell you about those qualities. So read that statement again. I'll stop you here and there.
Yeah. Such liberated persons as Vyasadeva are perfect, not only by the power of vision and wisdom, but also
wisdom. See, the wisdom, vision and wisdom. Wisdom comes from bhakti. See, so and the vision comes from bhakti. So they're perfect like that. Go ahead. What else?
Yes. But also in oral reception.
Oral reception, because your heart is purified by devotion. And oral reception, you can relish the ras. That's why devotees chant these verses out loud, because even their own vibration is of that nature. In oral reception, they receive it perfectly to the point of ecstasy. They receive it. In other words, the Lord is receiving it and becoming very ecstatic. That's how we feed the Lord, actually. We're feeding the Lord from our own mouth, and it awakens God in the heart. It's like a little baby in there, and it grows very strong. What else? Go ahead.
In thinking, feeling, and all other sense activities.
Yeah. Feeling is because you have transcendental emotions. That's perfect feeling. Without transcendental emotions, you're imperfect. You have imperfect feelings because it's material. It causes imperfect results, like you being a stupid fool. Okay? See, and thinking. Your thinking gets clear. The devotee's thinking is clear because of bhakti. Logical, they become clear, logical, really intelligent, super intelligent. Go ahead, what else?
Yes, this the end of the line. But I feel their transcendental senses, they are functioning.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes.
They are functional transcendentally.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's the wholeness. That's the wholeness. You got to be whole to function properly. So you have to have transcendental feeling and transcendental understanding. See, that's the liberated soul. That's the bona fide guru. That's the bona fide sadhu sangha association. That's why people get transformed in that association very powerfully, very quickly. Over.
Yes. So also feeling and all other sense activities. Hare Krishna. A liberated person possesses perfect senses. A liberated person possesses perfect senses, and with perfect senses only can one serve the sense proprietor.
Yeah, it's like perfect senses. It's like, how do we know this world? We're sensing it through feeling, through hearing, and all that. So perfect senses, that's imperfect. If you just trying to understand reality through our senses, we feel the world, we hear the worldly talks and all that, that's imperfect. Perfect senses is the awakening of the spiritual senses. That purifies the senses. That purifies our understanding, is that awakening.
Yeah. So on one hand, mundane senses and mundane sense gratifications and mundane controlling and ruling in that realm. And on the other hand, there's the conclusive and being empowered transcendentally, the devotee with the awakened and functioning transcendental senses. Like I try to
Like that.
in my own words. Yeah. Okay. A liberated person possesses perfect senses, and with perfect senses only can one serve the sense proprietor, Rishikesha, Shri Krishna, the personality of Godhead. Srimad Bhagavatam, therefore, is the perfect description of the all-perfect personality of Godhead by the all-perfect personality Srila Vyasadeva, the compiler of the Vedas. That's the end of the purport. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare. I'm trying to feel the energy. If I continue, or somebody else want to continue. We were reading Srimad Bhagavatam 5th canto, verse 13. Okay.
How about Lalita reading a little bit?
This is so condensed.
How about Lalita reading a little bit now? Something. Why don't you read something else? Chaitanya. How about Chaitanya Lila? Chaitanya Bhagavat.
Chaitanya Bhagavat, okay.
Yeah, you're right. It's very condensed, isn't it? It's great.
Yeah. I need to drink something also.
Yeah, go for it. Lalita will take over.
Otherwise, it's going to dry up. I know I read who Achyutananda is, but I don't know anything about his pastimes. And by accident, there was a paper inside of this book, and I opened this, and I wanted to read it this morning, but I had no time. Shall I read this loudly, or do you think it's not interesting? Guru Maharaj?
Read it. Read it.
If it's interesting to you, then it's interesting to us.
We'll see. Okay. I offer my respectful obeisances unto the lotus feet of my spiritual master, Srila Gaura Haridas, Maharaj Acharya. All glories to you, all glories to Srila Prabhupada, all glories to Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati, to Jagannath Babaji, to Bhakti Vinod Thakur, to Lord Nityananda, to Lord Chaitanya, to Radharani and to Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Dat is the pastimes of Achyutananda and the worship of Madhavendra Puri. All glory to Sri Gaurachandra, who is an ocean of mercy, and whose lotus feet are all auspicious. I offer my respectful obeisances to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, the pride of the Sannyasa order, and his devotees. After delivering everyone in Kali Yuga, the Lord proceeded towards Mathura, accompanied by his associates. He traveled along the banks of Ganga Devi, often drinking from and bathing in her waters, thus fulfilling her long-standing wishes. On the banks of the Ganga and near to the city of Goda lay Ramakeli, a township with a large community of Brahmanas. There, the Lord remained incognito for a few days. Nevertheless, I read about that he stayed incognito this morning as well. Because he wanted to go to the source. There the Lord remained incognito for a few days. Nevertheless, soon everyone came to know that Sri Krishna Chaitanya had arrived. It's not an exercise of futility if one tries to hide the sun. So soon men and women of all kinds and ages poured in from every direction, feeling excited and flushed with pleasure. Oh, as was usual, the Lord was absorbed in divine ecstasy. Nothing could interfere with his immersion in the transcendental mellows. One after another, the different ecstatic symptoms manifested upon his person, and he fell swooning again and again. The devotees were also enwrapped in the blissful mood of the Lord, and they performed continuous kirtan, leaving aside all other business. When sometimes the Lord cried out in a spiritual mood, this sound would carry far and be heard by travelers even a couple of miles away. That's why he couldn't stay incognito, of course, with the Lord, with such a roaring. When sometimes the Lord cried out in spiritual mood, this sound would carry far and be heard by travelers, even a couple of miles away. Although most of the people were simple, rustic folk, ignorant about the mellows and intricacies of devotional service, yet by see the Lord in his entire, variegated splendor, they became most happy. Enraptured, the people remained watching the Lord from a distance and offered their prostrated obeisances, loudly resounding the holy name of Hari, Hari. When the nectarine sound of the Lord's name entered the ears of Sri Chaitanya, his bliss would increase several folds. He would lift his arms and encourage them, saying, "Go on, chant, chant, chant." The Lord blessed these people with such feelings of overwhelming joy that even the Muslims joined in by also chanting, "Hari, Hari." The Lord was emanating so much compassion that even the Muslims would offer prostrated obeisances from a distance to the Lord. The Lord had no other thought in his mind than kirtan and dancing. Now the crowd began to swell and grow. They watched, entranced, and no one had any desire to leave. The people were jubilant, and their chanting made a tumultuous sound that rose upwards and rent the atmospheres for miles around. The only sound was Hari, 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 Hari. Close by, within earshot, was the ruling Muslim king's assembly house. Yet this didn't cover, or cover maybe, the spirit of the Sankirtan. The assembly chanted loudly and fearlessly, forgetting all attachments to home and family. However, in the meantime, the police inspector had gone to the king's palace and reported the arrival of a sannyasi in Ramakeli. He also reported that these sannyasis continuous chanting of some ghostly mantra of the faithless had attracted a huge gathering. To this news, the king replied, "Tell me, how is this sannyasi? What does he eat? What is his name? Describe his appearance." The inspector said, "Listen, Your Majesty, I have never seen anything so marvelous. His beauty far excels the beauty of Cupid, and his complexion overshadows the brilliance of gold. His tall, majestic appearance, long arms extending to his knees, and slender concave abdomen are most charming. His lion's neck, elephant shoulders, lotus eyes, and exquisite face, more effulgent than millions of moons, are incomparable, with red coral lips, a perfect set of pearly teeth, arched eyebrows like Cupid's bow, a full broad chest decorated with sandalwood pulp and, and generous hips covered by cloth with the color of the rising sun. He completely captures the mind. His feet are like two blooming pink lotuses. His 10 toenails are like 10 shining mirrors. I think I think he must be a prince out and about traveling in the dress of a sannyasi. The most remarkable thing about him is that his body, which is as soft as freshly churned butter, keeps falling to the ground with great force. he crashes down at least at least 100 times in an hour. Yet his body remains unhurt, unsketched. The hairs of his body are the hairs of his body are always standing on end, like the skin of a jackfruit. At times, he shivers so violently that hundreds of people cannot keep him calm. His eyes emit tears like two effusive rivers flowing endlessly, and sometimes he laughs out so long and loud that even for a couple of hours it doesn't stop. Then, suddenly, overcome by the kirtan, he falls. He falls swooning to the ground. And remains lying, unconscious. To the great alarm of the onlookers when he dances. Undoubtedly, it is the most sublime treat for the eyes as he raises his hands and he scentlessly chants, Hari, Hari. He seems to forget and be unaware of every of every other activity. The people who converged on that spot from all directions had no desire to leave. I myself have come across many sannyasis, mystics, and wise men in my lifetime, but this sannyasi is certainly extraordinary. I repeat, Your Majesty, the arrival of this sannyasi in your land is indeed the greatest blessing. He doesn't seem to eat or sleep. He's simple. He's, he's simple all the time and wrapped in kirtan and dancing. The king, although grossly materialistic, heard everything, and he marveled at the description of the sannyasi. Still quiet in disbelief, the king called for Keshava Khan, and he inquired from him, Keshava Khan, I want your opinion on this matter. Tell me what you think about this person. Everybody calls him Sri Sri Krishna Chaitanya. Let me know in detail about the character of this powerful guru and sannyasa. People are running from everywhere to see him. Who brings him here? Keshava Khan, a noble and upright gentleman, became a little wary. He answered, Who is it that says he is a Goshani, a famous guru? He's a mendicant sannyasi, a poor foreigner. He travels about just living under trees. The king firmly replied, Do not refer to him as poor. Surely it is offensive even just to hear such things. This sannyasi is obviously not an ordinary mortal. Undoubtedly, he's that person whom the Hindus call Krishna. And the Muslims call Koda. This kingdom is mine. This kingdom of mine runs under my direction. But his orders control the entire universe. I am the king. Yet even in my own kingdom there are so many who are inimical to me, whereas surely he is the supreme Godhead. For one and all from everywhere worship him with complete surrender. You have stopped my stop salary for but 6 months. They will have so many complaints against me. However, in his case, I see that people are maintaining themselves at their own expense, and even then, eagerly going to see. Sorry. Sorry, without reservation. Therefore, please understand that this sannyasi is the Supreme Lord. Don't say that he is some poverty-stricken mendicant. After a thoughtful pause, the king continued to speak. Now hear my orders concerning this sannyasi. I don't want anyone to disturb him. He is free to go anywhere and preach anything he chooses from his own scriptures. Let him perform kirtan with the people and be pleased to stay wherever he desires. If anyone tries to stop him from anything, be he the Qazi, police inspector, or anyone else, then surely I will punish him with that. With these words, the king went inside to his inner quarters. Such are the wonderful ways of Sri Krishna Chaitanya. For this was the very same King Hussein Shah who was responsible for desecrating and destroying hundreds of temples in Orissa. Although Hussein Shah was such a fanatic and despotic Muslim ruler, even he accepted Sri Krishna Chaitanya, Sri Gaurachandra. As the Supreme Lord. Nevertheless, nevertheless, the spiritual blind cannot see Gaurachandra as a Supreme Personality. They shave their heads and become sannyasis, but when they hear the eulogies of the Lord, they burn within their stone-like hearts with envy. The whole universe resounds with panegyrics of the Lord, and hearing of his glories quickly dissipates ignorance. Ananta says, Lakshmi Devi, Lord Brahma, and Lord Shiva are all intoxicated and mad after relishing the super excellent pastimes of the Lord. The Vedas sing laudatory hymns in his praise, describing his supreme lordship over everything. Therefore, if anyone feels irked about hearing the sublime, transcendental qualities of Sri Krishna Chaitanya, then even if he be endowed with all good characteristics, then those qualities become malefic and will surely cause him distress. On the other hand, if a person bereft of any good qualities sincerely remembers the lotus feet of the Lord, he is immediately elevated to the spiritual abode of Vaikuntha. The concluding portion, Antya-lila, of this book reveals the transcendental activities of the Lord performing Sankirtan. The wise words of the king created new confidence in him amongst the pious circles. They secretly assembled in a house and began discussing this news. They said, "Our king's character is terribly tyrannical. He is always influenced by the mode of ignorance. He has caused widespread devastation, demolishing thousands of temples in Orissa. Suddenly, by some divine arrangement, he is now being prompted by the mode of goodness. His words strongly indicate this change. Nevertheless, now again, if someone influential comes along and sways the king with ill advice against Sri Chaitanya, then the king might have Sri Chaitanya brought into his presence, and then everything could happen. Therefore, we must immediately send a message to the Lord, suggesting that this place, being always under the close surveillance of the Muslim king, is unsafe, and so he must proceed to the next village. A secret message containing this idea was quietly dispatched to Lord Chaitanya through a reliable and honest Brahmana. I would be happy if I would understand what I'm reading. At the time the messenger Brahmana arrived, the Lord was submerged in divine ecstasy, relishing the bliss within himself, and was continuously roaring like the rumbling of thunder. Millions of people chanted Hari, Hari, and Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu danced in incalculable ecstasy.
If you want
Unnecessary.
to, if you want to know the meaning of a word in English, you can ask.
Then I can't read.
Yeah, but you can take a break, take a pause, and ask. Do
Sometimes,
you know the meaning of the word?
yeah, but these sentences are sometimes composed differently than in Chaitanya Charitamrita, and it's another way of and then I can't see the context anymore. Of course, when there are sentences in which I recognize the words, but like here, devastation, demolishing, by
Devastation is vernietigen.
okay, okay.
En de demolish
Being
is ook met
being
vernietigen.
being prompted.
Uitgesproken.
Okay, okay. You must proceed to the next village. Proceed.
Hij zei, Dit was voortgezet naar het volgende dorp.
A secret that contains this idea was quietly dispatched.
Dispatch, weet ik niet.
Reliable and honest Brahmana. Reliable.
Dat is trustworthy, reliable. Dat je erop kunt vertrouwen.
Okay. Yeah.
Vertrouwenswaardig.
Okay. Rumbling and thunder.
Dat is rommelen en donderen.
Okay. Incalculable.
Onberekenbaar.
He was failing to find the right opportunity to convey the message to him. The whole sentence, I don't know what it is. Failing to find the right opportunity to convey.
Dat hij niet in staat was om te vatten. Om te bevatten. Hij was niet in staat om te bevatten.
Okay. The Lord refused to converse with his own associates. Oh, to talk. Conversation.
Ja, denk ik. Ja. Maar volgens mij voel je je voelt de transcendentale. She's feeling the transcendental essence.
Sometimes, not always. I feel the vibes, but of course, I would relish more if I would know what I'm reading, because that's what I experience. But it's okay. The Lord was swimming in the deep tide of ecstatic bliss, tasting the sweetest nectar of his devotion unto himself, forgetting every other activity. The messenger couldn't find the right occasion to speak to the Lord, so he approached the Lord's intimate devotees. The Brahmana said, "You are all followers of the Lord, so please approach him timely, from time to time, and give him a message from the pious section of our village. What is the necessity of staying so close to the king's palace?" The Brahmana then offered his repeated dandavats to the Lord from a distance, and he left. The Lord's associates were worried by the implications of the message, the implications.
What the implications mean, what the message means.
Oh, okay. The Lord's associates were worried by the implications of the message, yet they could not deliver the message to the Lord. He was simply engrossed. Engrossed?
It means he was fully, his mind and spirit were fully involved.
Involved.
Yeah.
He was simply engrossed in dancing and oblivious to everything else. Oblivious?
Yeah. Yeah, you want to understand. You want to understand that? Go ahead, start it again, and we'll break it down.
Where should I restart?
Just about because I was kind of a little bit out, and read from about I say a paragraph, a paragraph back.
Okay. The concluding portion, I don't know what the concluding means. Concluding
Just keep
portion.
going. Yeah, I don't know the context. Just keep going.
The concluding portion, the Antyalila of this book, reveals the transcendental activities of the Lord performing Sankirtan. The wise words of the king created new confidence in him amongst the pious circles. They secretly assembled in a house and began discussing this news. They said, "Our king's character is terribly tyrannical. He's always influenced by the modes of ignorance. He has caused widespread devastation, demolishing thousands
Destroying.
of destroy and devastation also destroy
Yeah. Yes.
thousands of temples in Orisha. Suddenly, by some divine arrangement, he's now being prompted by the mode of goodness, prompted.
He's being inspired.
Okay. His words strongly indicate this change. Nevertheless, now again, if someone influential comes along and sways
Means influences him.
the king with ill advice against Sri Chaitanya, then the king might have Sri Chaitanya brought into his presence, and then anything could happen. I don't understand what the composition of the sentences mean.
Yeah. He's saying that the king's right now he's influenced by the mode of goodness because he's usually a very bad person, and so he's influenced now. He's appreciating Lord Chaitanya, but as some bad association comes, he can change again, like Kamsa did, and then he'll hurt the Lord or try to hurt the Lord.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Keep
Okay.
going. Yeah.
Therefore, we must immediately send a message to the Lord, suggesting that this place, being always under the close surveillance of the Muslim king, is unsafe, and so he must proceed to the next village. A secret message containing this idea was quietly dispatched.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they were afraid that the Lord would be hurt because the king right now is okay, but if his ministers influence him, then they'll come and maybe arrest him or hurt him or something, kill him.
Was what secret message contained this idea was quietly dispatched to
Yeah.
Sri
The secret message is they don't want the king to know that their plan because that'll be like an insult.
Yeah.
To
a reliable.
Dispatched means sent out. A secret message sent out.
Mm-hmm.
At the time the messenger Brahmana arrived, the Lord was submerged in divine ecstasy, relishing the bliss within himself. And he was continuously roaring like the rumbling of thunder. Millions of people chanted, Hari Hari, as Sri Chaitanya danced in incalculable ecstasy. Unnecessary words or other activities were distracted him from dancing, singing, and encouraging all to sing. The messenger Brahmana stood there, amazed at the sight, but failing to find the right opportunity to convey the message to him, to give the message maybe?
Yeah. And what they don't know, there's nothing but auspiciousness happening because who could interfere with God in such absorption? Who would have the power? Nothing but auspiciousness is going to be created by him worshiping Krishna like that. The king ain't going to change his mind and all this stuff. It's not nothing but perfection is going to happen, because of this. This nothing but auspicious, transcendental auspiciousness is caused by such worship of God like that. The extraordinary. But so that they're just they're all worried and everything that's going to happen, but nothing's going to happen. This happened a lot of times. The Lord would be in such ecstasy, he'd be roaring in ecstasy, and people were afraid, oh, the Muslims are going to hear you and blah. He said, what can they do now? What can they do to me?
It's God.
Nothing. Yeah, it's the same thing. Devotees, what can anybody do to a devotee that is intimately worshiping God? God is there. He's in charge of everybody and everything. The bad people, the good people, everything. That's why here we got extreme protection in this kind of worship. People, if the Vaishnavas only knew the power in our Sangha is amazing. I hear people commenting on all the time. You guys say, oh, this is happening. This is happening. This is amazing. I'm dreaming this. I feel so protected. I feel like I'm in yeah, that's right. Because God is here, so strong. And who the hell's going to mess with us?
Everybody got a fine except me.
Yeah, exactly. You see? You had the right intention for going there. The Lord protected you.
What to speak of others? Wait. What to speak of others trying to talk to him? The Lord even refused to converse with his own associates. The Lord was swimming in the deep tides of ecstatic bliss.
Yeah, that was like Gopa Kumara. He goes to Vrindavan. He attains Vrindavan. We read the story, and he's trying. Everybody's worshiping Krishna like this, so absorbed, And he says, "Hello, where's this? Where's the king of this place? Where's it?" And nobody's. They're not even. They don't even know he's there. They're just Krishna, Krishna, Krishna. Stumbling around in ecstasy. Like a place of total absorption in this transcendental madness. It was very hard for him to get the attention of anybody.
Tasty. Tasting the sweetest nectar of his devotion unto himself, forgetting every other activity. The messenger couldn't find the right occasion to speak to the Lord.
Yeah. Can you imagine how attractive Krishna is? That's how you can only see with devotees absorbed in that, how attractive Krishna it must be, to see it. It's kind of like people attracted to Maya, they're so attracted they'll never even listen to this because it's a different attraction. One is to the Maya, one is to the Yoga Maya.
Yeah.
Mm.
So he approached the Lord's intimate devotees. The Brahmana said, "You are all followers of the Lord, so please approach him timely and give him a message from the pious section of our village. It is, what is the necessity of staying so close to the king's palace?" The Brahmana then offered his repeated dandavats to the Lord from a distance, and he left. The Lord's associates.
Another thing is the Brahmana didn't understand the power of this bhakti. It changed the heart of the king. It made him from a bad person to a, like good person. It's powerful.
He didn't trust it. He didn't trust it completely.
He didn't trust it. He didn't trust it completely. There's another story, the same kind of thing. Srinivas in his preaching after the disappearance of the Lord, there was a king like that also. He was a dacoit, very miserable. And those there were books that the Srinivas and Narottam were taking to Bengal, guarding them, and this king stole the books, you know. But these books were really powerful. They were by the Goswamis, you know. And so the king thought he stole a great treasure, like money. And because these books were in a locked chest, guarded, they were guarded by guards on a palanquin. He thought, oh, I got treasure. So he opened the box and he saw the contents of the books. And just to see those books changed his whole heart. He realized, oh my God, what the hell did I do? You know, and he became a great devotee. This is in Chaitanya Bhakti, no, was it Bhakti Ratnakara book? Yeah, and he became a great devotee of Srinivas. He took initiation, and his whole kingdom he made his whole kingdoms chant Hare Krishna. That was the order. Everybody had to chant Mahamantra.
Mm.
He was a terrible person, and he just completely changed. He became the best of all. He became just like Jagai and Madai when they
I
changed.
just want to say Jagai and Madai.
Yeah, he was just like that, you know? Yeah. So that's the power of bhakti. It can really change people.
Can I say something? Like I feel the realization that in every generation there is an opportunity to transform. Every generation, time after time, has to go through this transformation. There is a chance for every living being in every time to get this transgression, this transformation. And when it's they are not used to this vibration, to this quality, so they are stunned.
Yeah. There's not a chance in every generation for this. This is very rare because the devotees have to be here like that. That's why you have to, like, it started with Lord Chaitanya. The chant started with him and his devotees. Okay. And then started through the lines. And so the chance is when that opportunity is here, when the devotees are here preaching the message, this message. Otherwise, there's no chance. You can't do it on your own. So the chance is here. That's why the chance is here now, again, for people to develop prema in this life. It's not always here. It is here now. And just like it was here 500 years ago. And then when Lord Chaitanya disappeared, then he left that into the hands of Narottam and Srinivas, the Goswamis. And when they disappeared, then there was no chance until another devotee appears and preaches. You can't, it's not always a chance. And sometimes, or you might be in a situation. There are a lot of people that are born at the time of Bhakti Vinod, then there was another chance. And not everybody was ready to get the whole thing because he didn't preach everything. He just wrote it in the books. Some people were born in the cowboy times. You know, they were born here in America. There's definitely no chance to get this because there's nobody like that. Maybe you can run into a Christian and get Christianity. It's all by association. When it's here and whoever associates, it's like a rain cloud. It's like when the cloud is here, that's the devotee. Then whoever's under the cloud gets the mercy. You're getting it. But if you're not away from the cloud, you're just in the hot sun still, you know, the Maya. So you got to come under the cloud of this rain of mercy.
Then you become revived. This is like a revival.
Yeah, it's a revival. So the associates have to be here, and that association revives this kind of bhakti. That's why you see it's being revived here. And where do you see this in ISKCON? Where do you see this kind of this kind of worship in ISKCON or Gaudiya Samiti even? or the Gaudiya Math. That's why it was, I was looking everywhere for this kind of association or validation. I couldn't find it. and nobody else could validate, not even in Gaudiya Samiti, where they supposedly the highest devotees, they're all claiming to be successors of Prabhupada and the highest devotion and all that. So I went and checked it out. I couldn't find it. They couldn't validate this either. They thought, no, this is not it, and this is not it. So I finally came to the conclusion. I says, well, I tried to find something better there, but I couldn't get it, So therefore, I must have it here. It must be there. And then Prabhupada confirmed it, and Krishna confirmed it. And you're confirming it. You're confirming because you're saying, people coming here are basically saying the same thing. Have you found it, Lalita, any better than this anywhere? In any place?
No, it's just a miracle that I still can't believe.
See, so it's not easy because this is so different. What Lord Chaitanya brought was so different, and what we're bringing is so different also. So it's a trip, man. It's amazing. But gradually as people, we're preaching, you're showing, we're showing, we're teaching, things will increase just naturally. When it's shown. When Lord Chaitanya started relishing these mellows, Srivas said, now our Vaishnava family will increase, because it was hidden before. So the same thing now. Now these mellows are being shown. Now our Vaishnava family is increasing. Look at it. Look how many people. This is a lot. I mean, there'll be more. One by one,
Yeah, and the
People
more we all have friends and relations, and yeah, everybody will find
yeah,
friends. And
yeah. And
better now than in the beginning.
Yeah, it's better now in the beginning, and then because it's pure, everybody has to get washed. It takes a while to be washed up and purified. So you realize how great this is. It's a purification thing. Even people coming, it takes them a while to really get deep into this because it's a purification.
Yeah.
And, yeah.
Yeah, and the more witnesses there are, the more rays you can send, and the more hours of devotion are going on in 24 hours. And those who want to connect, they have just to choose. I listen to him and to her, and you can swim in the nectar day and night, actually. If you want.
That's a lot of people doing that. I mean, look at Tom. Look at Sachi. Look at Janaki. Janaki's all day long. I mean, she doesn't stop. That's unbelievable.
Wow.
All day long. She's doesn't miss anybody.
Wow. Don't have
Unbelievable.
time for that. I really don't have time.
Yeah. Well, she's retired. She's living in a motorhome, simple. She puts her headphones on, listen to everybody.
Wow.
But a lot of people, Johan, he's going all the time. Govinda's going all the time. Practically everybody's going all the time.
Yeah.
But that's attractiveness. It's attraction.
True.
Yeah. Some devotees, I think some devotees go so deep that it's almost you can kind of lay back a little bit or do other things. You get so absorbed, you get so whacked out, man. You almost need a break.
Yeah,
I mean, me too. So
I close everything up, finish computer, everything off, and people call me. I see it the next morning, but everything is. I need my peace.
Quiet, a little quiet. Yeah, so different thing.
Should we take a look at the comments?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. I don't know if there are many.
There are not many, actually.
Okay.
Johan said some stuff.
Okay, I look. Ivo, absolutely, big brother. I am a big piece of shit, a big zero. And then
Not more than that.
Freddie answers, welcome to the Big Zero Club.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, we're all big zeros. But Krishna seems to like us a little bit, so he comes and gives us some mercy.
Krishna showed openly how much he liked Ivo.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And then Freddie says, shout, shout, let it all out. Aman says, Narayan, wow, amazing preaching, enjoying every second, love it. Shamasundari, Shamagauri is listening. Shamagauri is listening. Yeah, Shamagauri. She's listening. Ivo, as Shama Sundari said, there is more or less something wrong with all of us. And that can make it more difficult to become good friends. We had that one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Govinda Das. Ivo, ecstatic chanting. Acharya Shila Gaura Haridas, amazing. Tears. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. That's Govinda Das. Ivo, nice, Govinda. Thanks. Okay. Govinda Das, love you, bro. Ivo, thanks, Srila, and everyone. Govinda Das, when you strong in bhakti, you will help. When you're not, you cannot. When you're strong in bhakti, you will help. When you're not, you cannot help.
Yeah. You know, maybe that's enough for now. This thing is over for like 4 hours and 15 minutes.
Maybe you sleep a little bit, Guru Maharaj.
No, I already rested. I'm getting up now. We're gonna go over to we're gonna go over to this little town called Duncan. We're just gonna check out this small town. There's some property over there, and I was thinking it's a place that has a trailer on it and almost 2 acres. So it might be a place where like Sachi can come and we can come and we can keep our thing, because I don't know how long gas is going to be available. It's going up and up and up and up. Pretty soon we won't be able to drive. Every day it's going up 10, 20 cents. And this Biden, he's shut down. I mean, he's destroying all these things. So I was thinking, I don't know, the place is real cheap and small town. Maybe it's a good place to go and kind of set up our bhajan. Yeah. So we're going to look at it.
Is it further east?
Yeah, it's a little bit east of Safford here. It's called Duncan. And the place is, it's got a little town. And they're not mask crazy. You don't have to wear masks, Yeah, it's a town of 800 people, and they have a little feed store. I talked to the guy there, and he said, "Oh, our family just moved here from California 9 years ago. We love it, man. It's really great." And yeah. So yeah, it could be a good place. So I'm going to go look. And with Janaki, she's ready for a little trip, so we're going to take a little ride up. Okay.
Great.
Yeah.
Sounds great. I've heard of it before. I've heard of people living there before.
You did? In Duncan?
Yeah, I've heard of that town.
Duncan. Yeah, Duncan, Arizona. It's a kind of small little historic town. Yeah. Okay, so we'll see everybody later, and
yeah. Thank you.
Still got 7 people watching. Amazing.
Sunday evening here.
Yeah. Oh, it's evening there. Yeah. Okay, Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, everybody. Bye.